this character I made higher pitched because most of my
Even though she's from fucking Valendor.
most of my female characters I play. Oh,
Wait, hold on. I don't hear that at all.
did you? I don't. That's because I don't think they hit it.
The dog bell hasn't been hit yet. Conf crashed, so he said we could start as long as we hit the dog bell.
Yeah, hit. Yeah, just hit dog bell.
Ready when you are.
All right.
What's the name of the other school, by the way? Shit.
Faltavius.
Faltavius, thank you.
All right, let's go. Ironclad.
From Faltavius.
Right. Let's make this quick. We've already spent a lot of time traveling, so no sense of dilly-dallying.
Welcome back to the academy.
We would stay and chat a little.
I have a missive for your headmistress.
Yes.
Very
You would-
well.
You would
Let's
stay and
escort you to the headmistress.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mhm.
I wish we could say that we were here on good terms, but well, we'll find out.
Here comes the headmistress now.
Ah, perfect. It's like she already knew.
Morning. It was surprising to see you here. I didn't think my message would get through so quickly.
It didn't. We aren't here because of any message. Although I would like to know what
Frankly, I'm not quite sure
sent
what you're talking
one.
about.
We are here because of our own message to you.
Oh, lovely. Looks like some of your teachers have already congregated. Shall we take this to your office?
Yes.
Of course.
This isn't an
Imagine
open
this-
door conversation.
I'll explain the situation to you as well.
Perfect.
Suppose I can explain this while we are on the walk, anyway. You remember Professor Finn? Or Officer Finn?
Unfortunately. Why, what'd he do now?
Madam, would you join us, please?
Absolutely.
He had an altercation with some of the other students.
Oh,
One that
lovely.
is, yes, currently he is in our jail cells. That's why I thought you were here for.
Oh dear.
Isn't a
Well, this is news to me, actually.
Don't like portals.
I thought you'd be. Like I said, I thought you'd be used to that by now, Weston.
Nope, nope, not at all.
Ma'am, if you would. Excuse me, ma'am. Never mind. I was hoping. Never mind. The person I need to speak to is right there. If you would follow us. Please, my office then.
Yes. We have a fair bit to go over, it seems.
Having one of them in your mouth might distill the taste of copper when going through portals.
Yes, I have a lengthy report on the activities of Professor Finn, and I will explain them.
Well, it seems like we had quite a bit happen since the last we stopped by.
Yes, we've had a bit of a breach.
Lovely.
Again.
Just...
One moment.
Take all the time you need.
Sorry, we've had an issue with rats recently. Good.
Not a problem at all.
Please, Southern. Do you know where Professor Barrion might be?
I was there when some students said they needed to speak with him in the morning. Not sure if you heard the bell. Would you like me to check?
Woman, do you mind passing me the missive?
Cool.
Here you are.
Or rather, look.
Thank you.
Right. Should be sealed appropriately. How can I help
Out of
you?
curiosity, your story first. Those might take longer.
Very well. It's all here. Hold on. Oh, no, that's not it. In here, you'll find details regarding the arrest of Professor Finn Kaufman. He was an active participant in attempting to breach the gates, and in order to release the darkness. He assaulted many of our students, as well as trying to mind control quite a few of our own in order to attack our fellow cadets, or our cadets and staff. He was defeated, and the ones afflicted are being under watch and have been mended. We have no casualties, fatalities, though many casualties. Everyone has been healed up, and the professor has been awaiting for one of the CEF to come and escort him to the appropriate facilities to be processed.
I see. As surprising as that is, there's also a part of me that doesn't entirely find the fact that he would stoop to that level given his character as of late. I suppose
There's
that's
also
the
a
nature
mention. There is also a mention of two majors that came to help. When he was first jailed previously, there were two majors that came and interfered with our investigation. I would request that they be thoroughly investigated for their possible part in this.
Do you have names?
They are in the document.
I don't recall getting this.
We'll see what we can do on that front, but currently we're a little bit, how do we say, tied up in our own affair, and that's why we're here, for that matter.
Knock, knock, knock.
Very well. One moment, please.
I believe I literally just missed them on the way up to look for him.
It's
Oh,
alright,
pardon
I will
me.
inform them. Oh, look. I was just informing our associates here about the events of the other night and Professor Finn, and requesting that they take him post-hastily to a facility that he can be processed in.
Well,
And you were saying?
I suppose that'll be one extra stop on our journey, but as I was saying, we didn't come here because of any missives. In fact, we haven't been getting anything for the past, month and a half?
We haven't been able to get anything out either.
Seeing as it seems that our efforts to get any word out to those who need to know have failed, we had to deliver the message ourselves. Seeing as it seems none of you are aware, Ancestra is currently, and has been for the past month or so, been under siege. And we were
We've already
just
lost the
barely...
outer wall.
We were just only barely able to get out ourselves to actually warn everyone in the vicinity, because as I'm sure you're aware, this is unprecedented for a place of its stature.
Those walls haven't been breached in 300 years. Why now? Or
We're not sure.
Nobody knows exactly why or where, just that it was from the northwest and conflicting
mostly
reports.
At least from what we've seen.
Undead.
There have been reports of a leadership being potentially spotted.
About
people in robes, mages.
24 or
12?
so.
13?
Yes.
I didn't see it myself.
They were the ones seen giving out the orders on the wall, and a few of them were the ones personally responsible for the loss of Alexei.
Alexei unfortunately perished during the loss of the first wall. He's been promoted in his passing.
Yes. The now... or Colonel Alexei is part of the reason why there weren't as many casualties as there were when the walls fell, and is part of the... not even part, the majority of the reason why the city itself still stands, because he was the one who bought us time to redouble the defenses.
And for this reason, we will be pulling officers out of Fallbrook, and we are asking you to send your students there in their place.
Why would we be going to Fallbrook? Shouldn't we be helping in Ancestra?
If only.
Under
Currently,
normal
there is a
circumstances.
political time bomb in Fallbrook.
In the report, we've had several members and soldiers from the Cross there to deal with the situation, but as it currently stands, things are, to put it lightly, incredibly tense. All it would take is just one spark for an all-out battle there to take place, given that there's only one remaining still human there that can be... The others have been turned. One a werewolf, the other a vampire. And it has created unspeakable amount of tension there between those who wish to be the voice that leads the people there.
I understand that we want to keep that a stronghold, but clearly
There's something else that we want you to retrieve there.
Part of what we think is what that army is so heavily composed of undead.
We think it might be where it's coming from.
Someone or something may have brought that book there. And if that report is true, it needs to be secured as soon as possible. It can't be let into the wrong hands, and we can't even really let them know that it might be there under their very noses. Such news would spark far greater conflict than what we're already dealing with.
There.
Precisely. I want to stress that all of this that we are speaking about has not even been able to, let alone would we allow it, to get anywhere around. This has been suppressed from the majority of the public, because as you can imagine, there would be considerable panic worldwide if news were to get out that Ancestra itself was under attack by likely the enemies that have been behind the scenes pulling the strings this whole time. We've tried to get missives out to you sooner to warn you, but it seems that they are aware of our unfortunate reliance on the ferry mail network, and those that did come back have all been seen with burns consistent to those of cold iron. And that's just a few that did make it back.
I understand.
That's why those who are still leading the defenses asked us to get the word out. We just came here from Faltavius. We have already asked their help in ensuring that their Griffin Riders keep a watch on the mountain ranges surrounding Ascension to allow you all the room you need to be able to go out here without worry of, it seems, another breach.
Yes, we will need to make it seem like everything is normal here. Keep a strong force here.
We are bolstering your guard presence with some of those from the cross as well. It seems that it is especially necessary, given what all has happened here in between the times that we last spoke.
Let me make a request. Please make sure it is Old Academy students. We don't want to be adding any more to the area than we need to.
That can be easily arranged. Those who came with us already are. We figured we'd bring those who are most familiar with the places that we were heading to. And it probably is for the best if we are going to be transporting someone who was so bold as to make an attempt on the door itself.
In that vein, I would request that you take Professor Finn as soon as you can. Perhaps he has information that you can gain from him. But
if
we would all
one
feel much more comfortable if he was processed duly.
Of course. Believe me, I have no favor for him, but if he somehow did all this and is still alive, that can only at least mean that there's a chance that we might have an idea of what all is truly happening.
It might be just a pawn, but it's something.
A pawn can still
At least he
take a
can lead us
queen
to
in a
the
game of
people that were
chess.
controlling him.
Every piece is valuable.
Please give my condolences to the majors.
Of course.
Colonel's family. He was a good man.
That he was. No.
I honestly have a lot to thank him for, because his actions were what allowed me to finish pulling everyone else back from the walls. Had he not done that, I may not be here to be giving this message alongside her.
On the topic of Finn, though. So, we will be taking him and processing post-haste, yes?
Yes, I believe, perhaps after you've rested, of course. I imagine you're all had an arduous journey. Please take this time to rest and recuperate a bit.
We haven't really had much of a chance to make any break in our journey since the stop at Faltavius, so we will take you up on that.
Our offices are for yours to rest. Please.
Of course. Before we do that, are there any further questions? The rest can be found in the formal missive.
Anyone?
Did the attacking force bear any form of banner or known uniform? Have any claimed responsibility?
Nothing that we
not
could
we
really
see.
make out. It wasn't just undead, though. There was also a number
anything,
of
it was-
goblins with orcs leading them, and even a number of human bandits from the looks of it. But all of them deferred to the ones
The
in
only
the
ones you
robes.
can tell the difference between are the bandits, because they seem to stick together. That's it. That's the only differentiating.
If anything, it makes no sense why they would all be
Given-
working together, but we have yet to figure out why.
We had dealt with bandits in Carytown. I'll send you a description of what they looked like. They were under the influence of a man named Zane, sent that missive out, but I suppose I'll have to write something else up for you. I'll write something for you and give you that report.
We haven't gotten any news about that either.
If it's remnants of Zane's forces, they may have noticed me.
All I can say is that, at least around here, the network may still be safe, but any messages going to or from the remote vicinity of Ancestra are quite likely not to make it. So if you are going to send anything that direction, I hope that it's nothing that you want anyone else to potentially lay eyes on.
In general, I wouldn't send out anything of any classification value until we have this under control.
Doing it.
At least through the ferryman.
Right.
So if there is anything you wish to have conveyed, we can take them for you before we leave. Anything else?
I have no questions, but unless anyone else does.
Nothing on my end.
No.
Well then,
Ewan, please go rest. I must confer with my staff on how we're going to handle this.
Let me know
well,
if you would like anything specific to eat during your stay here. I'll see if I what we can do.
Yeah. Can't.
well, about as well as I expected it would. Right. I know they volunteered the offices,
I think you should probably stay with
but I am a bit more partial to the ship itself. We wait a bit and then we'll collect Finn. I'd be stuck on a ship with that man. It's going to be a nightmare, even if he is a prisoner.
I'm only slightly surprised at this outcome. I thought he was supposed to care more than that.
I suppose one will do anything if it means getting what they want. Just surprised he stoops that low. We'll give them some time to process that information, and if they need to get any missives of their own that we can pass back along when we have to make our way back for the blockade.
True.
We'll have to make sure that we tag up with the others who were sent to the other locations. No sense to try to make...
task for Fallbrook.
Even if they're not.
They've breached twice here already.
True.
Three
But
times, I believe, actually.
But if what the missive is sent, it may not necessarily be the fault of their own this time. Might be them.
Let's pray that it's not.
If anything, it just might give more proof to that theory that you and I had been working on. Not that we can actually act on it now. We can't afford splitting our resources like that. All we can hope it is it's not as bad as what we think it is. But that'll be a problem for us to go over once we look over this missive in full. The rest of you are dismissed for the time being if you wish to rest, or if you wish to keep an eye on
If
things
anything,
around
clear a
here.
spot that we can keep it a prisoner.
Yes, we're going to need to make the proper arrangements.
I will keep guard outside your door.
And more importantly,
To clear a spot on the ship for the prisoner.
yes, more importantly, if what we just read and heard about is true, you're going to need to make sure that we have proper control of the area while we're moving them. Since I can imagine that this is another time bomb in itself. Like I said, I have no favor for him, but at this point, if they somehow make him willing to talk, we need to hear what he has to say. Let's just store this in here. I will.
Squatting.
Power
It's so
squat.
hot in this room. I'm so sweaty.
Yeah, so we spawn back
I
in
don't
here.
think they would need us for longer. I don't know if we. Oh, you have to switch back.
I have to switch back,
Okay.
and I will come back when we move him. You know, I'm
Okay.
gonna keep this in spawn. Actually, I don't want to leave it in here. Let me just hide this somewhere real quick.
We're in the clubhouse.
Yeah, I'll put in the spoiler box.
Clubhouse. Oh, that's not the clubhouse. That's
Oh,
the clubhouse.
what's the clubhouse? Oh, in here.
Clubhouse.
Oh, because I don't want to have to resize. I don't want to have to resize this.
Yo. Who the fuck just joined our channel?
I don't
Which
know.
bitch?
All right.
Oh, Con's
well,
internet keeps crashing.
I will be back with you.
It was Con rejoining.
Yeah, I'll stay.
Alright.
I'll tag up with you. You can switch to Morgan for a bit.
See what happens.
Yep. Actually, I need to be in Viz because I have to go to the.
Should I just be idly stand?
We're not gonna follow.
Note to the guards, Reese is now in play coming out of dorm, so whoever's in that general area, you can do
Play
the
outside
thing.
of the dungeon door.
Just letting you know. Good morning.
Good morning, Cadet. Sleep well?
More or less. It's not been getting any easier. Sorry you have to always be kind of following me around.
You might be on the wrong mic. Okay. Oh.
How about you pick the next place?
Oh. Me? Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Rise.
Hmm?
Hey there.
Hi.
So, I definitely think you should pick the next place, because, you know, I've been everywhere.
Oh.
That's right.
Hey, say.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hmm.
We are enjoying the simpleness of snap our fingers.
You took my first hug of the day.
I see.
Very depressed.
I took it.
Why are you slowly talking like Victor?
But I have so many. I have so many hugs.
That's how I speak?
No, I think they were talking about hug.
Oh.
Woo!
Hi, Morgan.
Woo!
Stop punching him!
Can I talk to you for a moment? It's okay.
Okay. Just somewhere in line of sight, you know. They don't like me going off places I can't be seen.
Who?
The guards, they've been watching me for the past couple days.
Well, they can kindly fuck off, because if I want to spend time with you, then I will spend time with you.
I just mean they need to know where I am. Fine. Anyways, what's up?
Alright, come here. Just over here.
Okay.
How are you feeling, by the way?
It comes and goes, really. It's been a little better some days, but other days it feels like I slide right back down.
Okay. Well, one, we don't have to worry about that. I was asking how you were feeling after last night. Because that was a...
I'm gonna go AFK for
the
about
show,
5 minutes. I should be
guess.
back by the need.
I'm fine after that. I'm fine after that. Yeah.
You're acting all shy?
Yes! It's not funny.
I think it's cute.
Can't believe you would do this, Bully.
What do you mean?
Give me exactly what I say. Bully.
You remember what happened last time you leaned forward like that?
Bully. I'm very much aware.
I just wanted to make sure you were
I'm very much aware of that.
okay because of the whole.
It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, it's been, aside from that, it's been a bit of a struggle.
What's this?
Oh, Cortez gave me it before I left. I had to put a little bit of stuff on it so it's not
Cortez?
spicy. It wasn't meant anything like weird, it's more just because it's something that helps with light casting. Given what happened, it doesn't mean anything.
I know, it's just made this shitty little thing for you. Oh.
Yes, and I've been wearing it ever since. I've worn it for months.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And I'm wearing a lot of things from people that are friends. Like I have Avina, I have Lucas, and Cortez, and this.
My timing could not have been better.
Kind of helps a little bit, but
I'm sorry for getting jealous. It's just how I
am. It's okay. I love you.
And that's the best gift I can ask for. It says good morning. Good morning. She comes out of the portal. Oh, they're right there.
Good morning. I heard you. You forgot.
Good morning.
Careful.
Oh. Apologies. Yes. I'm not actually mad. I'm just giving you shit.
Hey, Vanguard.
Can't believe you would do that.
Fuck.
That guy looking good today.
You may be seated. Cadets, I have news not easily given. And I want you first to understand the gravity of this news. And understand why this academy is so important to the world. We, rather, all of you, are in line to face great evils in this world. A specific great evil that very few even know the existence of. I grew up thinking it was a dream, a myth. A scary story, scary fisherman story that my father used to tell me. Never in my wildest dreams would I have thought it real. And yet you have faced it valiantly many times. For that, I'm grateful. And the world is grateful even though they can't exactly say it, or they don't exactly understand it. We've received word this morning that in Ancestra, the headquarters of the CAF, has been under siege for a month. We have not heard about it recently because, as you can imagine, as some of you have known, the ferry mail has not been able to get through. They have been, some of them slaughtered, injured with cold iron by the enemy they face. And that enemy has been described as the very enemy that we face here. Now, personally, I want to go and fight, but that is not the place that we have been assigned. We have been assigned officially by the CAF to bolster the efforts in the city of Fallbrook in the coming weeks. I will tell you that there is a political situation there that needs to be dealt with. And in order to do so, we have been trusted with this, where normally cross forces would do so. We are being entrusted with a great responsibility. And I know you are all up to it. And I won't be... You're not children. So I will impart the severity of this next mission to you all. This has the opportunity to change things, to change the turn of the war. Of our war against our greater foe. I have seen you all fight. I've seen you all act, though you may have different ideas of how to do it. I trust each and every one of you. So, please take this time to rest. And in the coming weeks, we will be training for our trip out. Pay attention to your lessons, because they will come in great help. That is all for me. My faculty has anything else to say? Very well. Then you are dismissed. Lila, Zachary, Ifanami, day after. The rest of you may leave.
Together we stand united as one.
That probably calls for a meeting at some point.
Oh dear.
Cats, if you would. You're not in trouble. I just want to explain what you missed. Come here, Lila.
To be fair, I've never seen you just
to write to Mox. Yes, there.
Something bother?
That does bring up a point. In order to avoid panic, this news has been kept quiet from the public. Of Ancestra, anyway. As has our journey to Fallbrook. We don't want to cause panic amongst the masses. I suggest keeping this information quiet, even if we could get it through ferry mail. You have an important missives to Ancestra. Leave them with me, and I'll see about getting them through. But I can't promise much.
Sorry about that. You three.
Yes.
We can talk to
Miss the meeting.
Falbrook is close to home.
So, I guess I'll need to
We
improve for
assume.
the next couple of days.
We assume it is the work of our enemy.
More than before.
And normally we might be stationed there. We are not.
Does
We
not
are being
concern
sent
me.
to Falbrook to deal with
The reason
political
why, though,
situation
does.
there. It is a stronghold that we need to keep track of. It is normally a job for cross or graduates, but we will be needing to take. We need to deal with the situation there, but they cannot.
Oh, Albert is up?
There's more.
Is there anything that you need to talk to us about?
I suspect
Autonomy or anything like that?
we're keeping this information about the attack on Ancestor as quiet as we can until inevitably it will get out. We're trying to keep the panic of the populace
Yeah.
in the situation. If they start panicking,
And we'll try to meet today.
CAF loses its teeth, and we can't do our jobs.
The implications of that place.
Do you have questions?
Any factions that are in Ancestor at the moment?
Factions.
Aside from the CAF. Like the Inquisition, etc.
I have not heard of the Inquisition in Ancestor proper. There may be
Worship on the
there may
statue.
be ambassadors, but
Just so you
I
know,
doubt they would hold an
something.
actual
Okay.
group there. Not much like their ilk anyway. But they did see Bandit.
It'll be
We're going
alright.
to be looking into Carytown, seeing some.
Get through this.
See if we can some
Just like we did
descriptions.
A while ago, okay?
See if we can get that.
It's a matter of
Verified.
things involving that.
The enemy was controlled by men
I
who
know.
are those in cloaks,
Not sure if
robed figures that are familiar
MMA.
representative of the enemy.
What if it happens again?
How's your professor?
I won't let it this time.
How's Albrecht? Well,
I'll do anything I can.
I'll be around.
I need to speak to him. There he is.
I'll be right there.
Speak to him and inform him of the situation.
Okay?
He hasn't been already.
Okay.
These next few weeks are going to be crucial. Pay attention to your lessons. You're going to need them if you want to survive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Of course.
Of course. Prepare yourselves.
Probably have a meeting closer. Okay. Cool. Okay.
Oh, okay.
You can deal with the change law for now. We can deal with it.
Oh shoot! I thought
I was gonna grab my headmistress, but she already grabbed Albert.
No. All right.
I can just let the other family.
Morning, Reese.
Good morning.
How you feeling?
It's kind of one of those days where I'm not sure if it's good or better since everything.
All I can say to you is same thing my mom said. As long as you're willing to take one step forward, you'll eventually get to where you need. So, just keep moving.
Sorry.
That's the hope, at least.
Rise.
What?
One last thing. There's all kinds of good and bad in this world. But at the end of the day, it's what's in here that counts. All it takes is if you make the right choice or not. Okay?
You carried a mark
At
of
the end of the
decision
day,
that was so great. You saw it too.
Look at me. When I was laying on the ground, I knew you were there. You didn't hurt me. You didn't cut me or anything like that. I knew you were okay. You have a choice. It's all about that willpower, that strength you work so hard for. Okay? You can do this. I won't let this happen again. This time, I'll be there. Okay?
Yeah.
I try. Alright, I'll see you later, okay?
Something I need to do.
Whatever is necessary, Headmistress, I submit fully. I had that light in me all along. Maybe this wouldn't have happened. Maybe that's why I got dark first. So there's no light to snuff out.
don't have to stand afar if you don't want to. We've been watching you
want to make you
pass.
feel uncomfortable, Cadet.
I know you're not doing it to say that things are bad or a problem. We're doing it because you were asked to. To that degree, at least, I feel like things have been better. It's more just the intangible side. I'm not entirely sure how to deal with that.
They're just trying to make sure you're alright and that you're in good health.
I know. They told me as such. Although I can certainly say it doesn't make one feel good that they have to go to that length in the first place.
I'm still relatively new to campus, but I heard you like to take care of the flowers, is that correct?
More or less by myself, although Professor Cassidy does help sometimes. Otherwise, it's pretty much just been my sole thing that I do. I mean, I would imagine some of the guard were aware because they had to follow me around to every obscure corner of campus looking for rose bushes.
Well, you can say with confidence that you've been doing a wonderful job.
I appreciate it. Sometimes it's the only thing that keeps me sane sometimes. Just a little bit of monotony for a bit.
I just noticed I have you at a bit of a disadvantage. I know who you are. Private Azalea. It was good to meet you, Cadet.
No.
There. Now, if it was feeling uncomfortable, now maybe a little less.
The discomfort is solely in here, not because of the actions of those around me. Don't worry.
Don't bottle it up. If you need some way to get it out, find someone or something to do.
Believe me, I've tried. I've tried these past couple of days, but it's kind of hard when you can look in a mirror and see the exact proof that things aren't fine anymore. These used to be blue. Like the rest of me. They've been stuck this color entirely because of the thing that is now necessitating you having to keep an eye on me. Which, regardless of the reason, it still feels like it's an inconvenience on people. Extra paperwork and all that, I imagine. And just the whole unspoken part of it, too.
We do paperwork for everything. This is no different.
There's a difference between necessary and unnecessary, I suppose, is more what I meant by that. But if it really isn't a bother, then I'll leave it at that. Headmistress didn't say for how long.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, madam.
Yes?
You'll hear she opens up a drawer, just a bunch of what sounds like little pebbles and rocks moving. She'll take out a candy. Spicy candy. Spicy, spicy, spicy. Want one? Not spicy. Strawberry. Strawberry?
Yes, please.
Sorry for crowding your desk, by the way, madam. Well, I'm waiting for the headmistress, and
that is.
they have
You
to
are all
be near
always
me.
welcome here. You are all always welcome here. I'm just doing some work. Don't mind me.
Can you say that I never get lonely during the day? Can I really do it? Going over what I won't even do there for days. I have to. Things will never get better if I just keep it in.
Get out. Can I help you? I imagine I know what this is about.
If you're ready.
It is. Would it be
I will be.
possible?
Lieutenant. If you would.
And mistress? Open?
Come on, Cadet. Cadet. I want you to be aware you're going to be watched. You will not be left alone. And you will make no direct contact with them.
That's fine.
Thinking I could change things. And that change wouldn't happen unless someone risked everything. Even risking someone that I loved. Not that it means much, but I know how selfish.
Seems you have another visitor.
Cadet Arbor. When you are done.
I suppose I was just curious to know what drives a man to such lengths.
When she is done, you may speak with him, right?
To give up something so important.
Go to that, Cadet.
No, I couldn't do that.
Ironically.
We'll, keep things orderly, make sure everyone speaks one at a time. Anybody who wishes to.
Cool.
Yes, sir.
I'm certain her company will be much kinder.
Thank you for your time, Cadet.
Thank you all.
I'll take the fallback wall.
That you would meet, or you were okay, understood.
You say. How good it is to see you again, my dear. I hope you have been well. Not hurt, are you?
Physically, no.
Physically.
There's a lot that I don't know is going to fade anytime soon. I'm sure you can already tell, though.
Yes. Well, I know it won't mean much, but I am sorry for what pain I have caused you. When we spoke in the office, when I said you were a good person, I meant that. There doesn't need to be any lies or manipulation to see that.
I believe you meant that. As much as the, I guess, the warnings. I suppose I just... With all of that, why? Why did we go that far?
Why does anyone go to lengths to complete their goals and ambitions, I suppose? Because they see something bright at the end of it.
I did mean what I said, but as far as what I feel like was once the goal, I still believed it was something good. Although I don't know if it's something that I should even worry myself around. After all, I haven't exactly been left alone since then. They're worried.
Rightfully so. I told you this was a goal for one, and not something you should have been mixed up in. Because it wouldn't have been my choice to use you. And it wasn't.
And what actually happened? Why were the four of us there like that in the first place?
Tools, Rise. You were my weapon. Professor Albrecht my key, and Kay the sacrifice. And the others.
But it wasn't your choice. Not yours and whose.
I suppose everything has been my choice, hasn't it? The decision to give in. The decision to seek greater power. To give up the one I loved for something that I believed in. But when I let it in, it made itself at home. Then it wasn't my choices anymore. It was the Dark Order's. It was its choice. I think I finally realized that at the end. That I lost so much of my humanity.
There was a reason why I wanted to be there at that moment when everything ended. Yes, we lost a lot. It wasn't everything. I doubt that they'll see it the same way, but I don't think it's too late. Especially if...
Reset.
Is there conversation still going on?
Yes.
I think me and you both know. It's a little too late. I doubt I will be locked away in a prison for the rest of my life. I will probably be sent to the chopping block. Or tortured and used for information.
Suppose that's just the side that's always hopelessly optimistic. Even if it's still hard to really even figure out what it is that I want sometimes. I guess, can I just ask one last thing? If it's a little bit more personal than the rest.
For the respective races. Yes, no, not yet.
Oh, sorry, I thought that's what you said.
It's alright.
This place. This is what you should want.
Thank you.
You can do what I couldn't. Change people. Help them to see that things are not as black and white as people make it out to seem. Except you're not a liar. Not trying to manipulate them.
Early on, even if it was manipulation, whether or not it was your own choice, I didn't lie when I said that I considered you a friend to me. Someone who was willing to listen. Was I just deluding myself into thinking that it was mutual? Was that side at least genuine?
Hard to look a man in the face that's done all this and believe the words that come out of his mouth. But you grew on me. I think you're one of the reasons I even considered stopping. But at that point it was too late.
I know. Even if you had wanted me to stop, that tether around me was pretty much what pulled me over the edge with you. Because I really wanted to make sure that there was a chance to have a good outcome. I don't think it would have been found had I given up on that. Or if I had a different timeline acted on the anger. I wasn't angry at you for what you did to me. I was angry at the fact that at that moment you gave up on the dream to make the world better. That's the only reason why I fought so aggressively. Because I didn't want to believe that you wanted to truly throw it away. I won't lie. Pretty much every night since then I've had nightmares about the things I was forced to do in that circle. Seeing it how it could have gone had that intervention not happened, or if I didn't resist as much as I did inside. Even now I doubt if I even safe for them to be around if something like this ever happens again, regardless of why. That's my own burden to bear, not yours.
I will live with my consequences. For the rest of my life, don't you worry. It's not something that will be leaving my memory anytime soon. But you faced the worst of it.
The fact that you said that you'll live with them at least means that to some degree you remembered what you said you forgot. Told me you forgot how to live. Maybe not the ideal way. The fact that you said that you want to try. Perhaps I didn't. I just wanted to give you a reason to look past everything. Still do. Because I don't think I would enjoy living life being hateful all the time. It's not a fun mindset to be in. Speaking from experience.
Do me a favor, Cadet. I don't think I'll ever be able to say goodbye to Kay.
I haven't had a chance
The
to
wand.
properly give it to him. The headmistress has been holding on to it for me, but I still intend to give it to him, like you asked.
It needs to be destroyed. But carefully. Within its center, its core, there is a bone. It is one of hers. I want Kay to have it.
I can do that.
Thank you, Cadet.
Perhaps if things had been different, could have gone better. Wouldn't both be like this.
Let's not worry about ifs and buts. You have a bright future ahead of you, Cadet. And perhaps one day, maybe we will meet again. Who knows?
I just want you to know, regardless, as long as you mean everything you said to me now, I forgive you.
I knew you would.
Friends can always make mistakes, as long as they learn, so they can get back up on their feet. Who knows? Maybe the things I learned can be applied to the good that we wanted to do. It's not like I can forget how it all felt. I can promise you that at least. What was done will be used to make things better. I don't want to give myself to it. I just hope that if things go better than expected, you no longer want to either. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Reset. Till next time.
Yes.
Yeah. Lisa is out. Layla,
Yes.
it's your turn.
You may come down now, Cadet.
Thank you. Do you go before me?
Are you going to go speak to him?
Yeah.
Yes, is there a line?
There is, but after you do, there's something I need to bring to you. It's acting on a request.
Right, well, I'll come find you then.
Thank you.
Cadet Lila is in there. For now. Giving people their private moment with them. Well, not quite private. Yes.
Professor K, sir.
Do you want...
Okay?
I'm going to... If I could retrieve that.
Yes, that might be good.
If you need some more of my mana, let me know.
Yes, that'll probably be best. I don't know how long it will take, but I'll grab it. Regardless.
If you say so.
Ah, no, you may wait over there. I need to go and grab it.
Sorry. That really is hard to do.
And you take care of the flowers, kid. Is it alright if I ask which type of flower is your favorite?
Roses.
What color of rose?
Doesn't really matter which color. They all
Yo, Ari, where the
look
fuck's
pretty.
the defensive wand?
But did you know that different colors of roses have
Weapons
different meanings?
defense.
Oh, thank you. Mwah.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Different colors of roses have different meanings to them. Red, the most common, is indicative of beauty, as we see it. But red roses in the wildly normally grow thorns, showing that beauty can be dangerous.
For the most part, it's the only one around here is red. Although at home, they were different colors. A number of them, really. My favorite
The one I find
from
most...
there was... Oddly, out of them, there actually was one that was not too dissimilar blue to myself.
Roses don't normally grow blue wildly. That's why the color blue, when it comes to roses, is considered very rare, very unique.
Well, home was unique in its own right, I suppose. So, that's probably why. It wasn't
Color
like a
I'm most
lot of
fond
them, just one or two bushes.
The color of rose I'm most fond of tends to scare people a little bit. It's another one that doesn't grow natively in that color. Black roses. A lot of people associate them with death, but they're actually a sign of new beginning, of a new start.
You over here? From in there?
Ah, did Professor K cut the line?
Possibly. I don't know, actually. I'd already found a place to sit down.
Yes, let's find out which. Lieutenant,
Permitted. Yes, ma'am.
did Professor Finn cut the line, or did he leave?
Professor K has walked away for now.
Ah. Right, very well. Let's look at that.
Professor K was over here earlier, but he stepped away. Possibly
Directly to K.
I know.
Go on.
Do you wish to fall in line as well, Professor? Yeah, but mine's not anything to...
Good luck.
Is Stealth, is Professor K still active, or...
Just taking a quick break, 'cause I'm sicko.
Gotcha.
But it looks like Lila and Ryder and all them there's a big lineup for him, so just, you want to do K stuff?
She has what she needs to do it, so if you're available, then yes.
Yeah, could you just give me 5-10 minutes? I just need to finish this break.
Sure. Where would he be?
I'll just bring him back to his ship.
Okay. I'll wait for him there.
Right.
Seems it's one difficult conversation after another today.
Some days are like that, Cadet. I heard your question back in the hall. Your privacy is yours. I am only watching it today. What you said between the two of you is between the two of you.
It was more just to ask if you did hear. With
bits and pieces, not everything.
With what? I don't know to the extent what you know of that day, let alone the relationship we had. Was it wrong of me to be so willing to forgive after everything?
No, I don't think so at all. You valued what you had with the professor.
To some degree,
despite the situation he's in, you do wish for change for him, correct? At some level?
I do.
For him to do the right?
I did. Still do. To some degree, I think that's why I was willing to
you forgiving him that quickly.
Turn a blind eye to some of the less favorable parts of him. Because the whole time I pretty much kept telling myself I can change him. I can make him feel like he can be a better person if he just has someone who is there for him, who is willing to look at him like the friend he needed. I just wonder if I had tried harder, if it wouldn't have gone as bad as it did.
Well, have you planted anything before, Cadet? Any particular type of seed of any kind?
Only a little bit in the greenhouses for some of the alchemical ingredients we use, but beyond that, no.
Well, imagine planting an apple tree with an apple seed. You may wish for an orange, but it's still going to come out as an apple tree. There's only so much we can do to influence people. When it comes down to the end, they still are who they are on the inside. Just like an apple is an apple, and an orange is an orange.
See, in this case, I think there is a slight difference. Regardless of how far it went, I don't think it was a matter of trying to get an orange from an apple tree. It was more an apple tree that somebody else painted orange to try to convince everybody that what they had were oranges. When in reality, it was neither what they wanted nor what they had, but it was all that they could work with. In order to get what they wanted from something that wasn't ever there to begin with. Despite all the terrible things that happened both that day and prior, a strong part of me does not think it was entirely the wishes they had. I'm probably alone in that regard. It's something that I honestly, whether I want to or not, that's something I have to bottle up just because, as much as I want to express it, it's something that I feel like the majority of those around me would never understand. To some degree, they would just question if it was lingering influence. The same reason why you're having to watch me. It's extended long before that day where it hit its breaking point. My tale pretty much spans for many months, looking back on it all. I guess the hardest part is just trying to remember how to be me again. 'Cause I feel like I haven't really been me for a long time.
Then why not give it a start? Tell me, who are you, Cadet?
Resave,
No, not what I mean. Not what's here. What's in here? Who are you, Cadet? Everything on the outside is just what you look like or the scars you possess. What's in here? What makes up you who you are? Who are you, Cadet? You don't need to have an answer for it. Just something to think about.
Yeah.
Because the only person, in the end, who can even change you. We are all capable of great many things, but it's those of us willing to change or even strengthen who we are. And sometimes we may find a piece of ourselves that's weak, that'll crumble and fall to dust.
Right.
And that's okay. We've lost something. But it doesn't mean we can't gain something new.
Suppose you're right. Jack, can you guys keep an eye on Stealth and let me know when he's like suiting back up to get back
Take some
in?
time. Take a little while you're learning a lesson. Ask yourself, who? And the day you figure that out, I want to hear all about it.
Right. I suppose if I get an answer that I'm actually happy with, then it'll be a sign that to some extent I've healed. I don't know how long that will take, though. Because effectively,
I still don't know who I am. And it's been a great many years for me.
I used to think I knew who I was. And then the single biggest fear I ever had upon coming here ended up coming true. And it's a nightmare I can't stop replaying in my head no matter how much I try to think of something else. Because in that moment I felt like I had failed everything that I stood for. Thus, I don't know who I am. Because what I thought I was would not have done what happened there.
Oh. Hello?
The thing I wanted to bring by, could I step inside? They're just keeping an eye on me because of everything that happened.
Oh, of course. I was just actually headed back that
She's
way.
under your watch, Professor. I'll wait till you come back. I'll wait till she comes back out.
Very well. Excuse me. Still not 100%.
You and me both. Although mine's less of a physical ailment, but that's besides the point.
Well, what can I help you for?
It's me wanting to fulfill a request, actually.
What kind of request?
When Finn lost his fight at the door, he asked me to keep hold of something and specifically bring it back to you. She will pull out his wand. He wanted you to not only have this, but to do what needs to be done to that. Just to destroy it. So that she could finally rest.
Very well.
From what he told me, there's a bone in the center of that wand at its core. That's what needs to be broken in order to safely take care of what remains in it. He said it needed to be no one other than you, so that you could have the closure that was denied.
Thank you, Cadet.
I'm sorry I didn't stop him. I really tried to. In the end, I wasn't able to overcome
We
the
all
same
have
demons
choices
he
to
had.
make in life. He chose his.
I know. I guess I just hoped that some part of me could have prevented it. It was the goal. The whole time was to steer them away from something like that. And I bear the
Please note,
scars.
I think that he's having his last kind of conversation, and that should be ended here shortly. So whenever you guys are ready, he'll be ready for you guys.
The only one who has tried and failed.
sorry I had spoken so tersely about it in the past. For a while, I legitimately thought I was the only one who was trying to reform someone rather than seal them to their fate. But given what happened, I could tell you wanted the same thing. That's really all I wanted to say about that. I didn't want to bring up too much difficult memory. That wasn't mine to hold on to.
Well, unfortunately, the memory has faded. I guess I must go see its ghost.
More than likely, Kay will probably be the last one, because we just finished up our scene.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's, I will actually infer that to Zachary then. Or Zachary, Finn.
Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't run off.
And I'll get ready
Okay,
with
darling.
I can actually probably just switch into her now, just to be
Ready,
waiting.
yeah.
I'll go let
Alrighty.
you know.
Cool.
Thank you.
There you are.
Sorry, I had to go let her know that that Kay is on his way to go speak to him, and that'll probably be the last one.
Yeah, she came in here saying,
yeah.
Whenever.
Well, I was in here.
Yeah, I know.
I am gonna go ahead and probably switch.
I've already switched.
Oh, okay. Are you? Okay. I will join you there.
Alrighty.
We can become active shortly, but it'll just be kind of a let them know, hey, time's up, sort of thing.
Yeah. And then hopefully things will pick up a little bit on my end. Slow. Norali turned into a literal peep.
I hope it goes well. Yes, please, if you could. Thank you.
Yep.
So yeah, we can pretty much make our way over to the
Pretty much.
the prison. We can wait outside
My
it.
throat is so shot.
Yeah.
My voice is so fucking
All right,
shot.
so we can start back.
dying.
We can just start back at the Ironclad and
Just
make
start
our way over
Ironclad.
there.
Get rid of the lips for now.
Yep. Right. we should probably wrap things up here. We don't have time to... Yeah. As much as I'd like to take their offer to rest, we really can't. Besides, after that announcement, you could pretty much cut the air with a knife. The tension is that thick.
Yeah.
I don't blame them, but, well, that's just kind of...
They're just kids.
They shouldn't be saddled with that kind of weight upon them this early. There's nowhere near that, for us at least. I guess that's just a sign of... I suppose, but... I guess that's just a sign of the changing times.
We should probably get an escort team. We have one.
Probably a number of them are there in the prison as it is.
Fair enough.
We can confirm with whoever is keeping guard there, but as he's the only one...
Time frame. A few more minutes.
Yes. As it turns out, we are pretty much in a state where, as much as we'd like to take your offer to rest a little longer, we truly can't. Which means that we'll be needing to transfer Finn.
Of course. Our professor is having one last word with the former professor, and then we'll be more than happy to admit him to you. I hope you at least got some rest.
We did.
Both of you.
It's not as much as one would ideally like, but, well, given the nature of the situation at hand, we can't exactly afford to delay ourselves more than we need to.
Of course. I do wish you safe travels and safe seas, ma'am.
Of course. And I truly hope that the assignment doesn't go the way that I am worried about. Not because of everyone here, but more just the nature of everything at play.
We will do as we must, ma'am. As we do.
That's all either of us can really ask.
Well, we're all graduates here. This is what we signed up for.
Of course.
Are we weaker men and women? This is not the job I think any of us would have chosen.
Most definitely not. Although it is a sign of the changing times when we are having to spring it on them this early.
Yes. The cadets will act spectacularly, I'm sure. We'll make sure of it.
Given the way they've handled themselves thus far, I'm not worried about that front.
I've prepared reports I will give to you. I'll send them with you to whomever I suppose is in charge of them now, but they're also custody papers for the prisoner. And reports as to what happened exactly. I would ask for orders, but I suppose that's a bit superfluous at the moment.
Not yet.
No.
Now is not the time.
Currently.
It might be the best of times. Please.
Very well.
Currently, it's...
If you would,
Are they ready?
No,
Captain.
Go on.
If I would ask a favor, send this to my family in Ancestral. To make sure that they are safe. Thank you.
Okay. I already have
Andy.
one from that one. I can take the message along with the other one, or not.
I already gave mine.
Well,
There she goes.
Very well.
we'll do what we can on that front. First, we have to make sure that we meet up with the other parties that were sent to the other locations, and then we need to make a unified push to break the siege to get back in.
Thank you.
Indeed.
Whatever you can
Whoa.
I
do,
was just
for
offering
sure.
to.
I
look
would
forward to hearing of your
appreciate.
progress.
I appreciate your enthusiasm to try to hold this, but this thing would probably make you collapse.
I wouldn't like to hold to that. No.
I don't know, they seem a battle-hardened. Battle-hardened folk.
I was also surprised.
I may be battle-hardened, but
I'll take a look at that in a bit.
That thing-
Jeez, thank you.
it's too
It's a
heavy.
whole nother beast, headmistress.
Indeed.
Yes, sir.
It took a while to be able to actually do this, but kind of helps when magic is involved.
I believe he is currently speaking.
Yes, most things do help when magic is involved. Or get worse. But it's usually a crapshoot.
Oh, most definitely.
Okay.
You are
I can take
waiting
the
for the
message.
deputy.
Who is that?
Perhaps I can speak to you to the side
Ah,
before
Cadet
it's
Hoshi.
mentioned, Cadet.
Okay.
She had an interesting
First case.
transformation. Yes, indeed.
I
The prisoner is
see.
ready for you then.
Alright. Come on,
As if you would.
let's make
Lieutenant,
this.
if you would. I'll wait here.
As for the guard, when we start to move, make sure there's a perimeter. Don't let anybody approach. We don't need it to
No,
be
then- What? 10
a
meters?
mess.
10 meters might be too much.
I hate stairs.
You're not the only one.
We approach the door so I put in our shackles.
Then, Kaufman,
step
from
out?
this point until we make it to our destination, you are under myself and Miss Scott here. We'll be transporting you to the ship, and then we'll be on the way to the home you're going to have for quite a long time. Come on, let's go.
I would say nice to see you again, unfortunately. I would be lying in this case.
The only way I'd ever say that
Oh,
if
that
it was
sounds familiar.
sarcastically. We will not be taking the portal network for this, just to ensure that there's no potential complications that could arise. Remove any variables.
Yes, ma'am.
Oshie, I suggest you step back, my dear.
Take him on board. The same space that was prepared earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Go.
Come along.
Next time.
There's not going to...
Will be the light in the dark,
And with that, I transfer paperwork to you. Good luck. And safe winds.
Leave me.
You as well.
Right now, I'd argue that someone like him is the least of our worries. He's just...
I wouldn't, but good luck.
Come on. We need to set sail immediately. Show off.
It's been a long time since I've jumped.
Fair enough. And out of sight, respawn.
Boing.
You know, it's funny. It's like show off is holding a hammer literally 2 times her height. she's kind of a show off too.
But not really.
All right, good shit.
Morgan. He was
Good shit, AOD. You guys are free to do whatever you want as far as guard stuff at this point.
Shame that I didn't get any interaction with Kay there, but it's okay.
It's okay.
Uh-huh.
I was able to
I
get
did a
him
nice little interaction with Lila. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, I saw that. That was good.
All right. Well,
I'm out of
I
water.
am. I'm heading. I'm heading back in.
Bye, Ari.
Yeah. All right.
I ran down the water, but I don't want to go get more. I want to get up.
Bye, Felicia. All right.
Is this where we find out the necklace?
I guess I'm just gonna go in. I don't. If I need more water, I'll go grab it.
Yay.
Oh, I have this ice pack that is probably dripping everywhere.
Maybe so. I'm guessing he's gone now.
Yeah, they just took him to a little ship over there somewhere.
I see. I was hoping I'd be able to see him off, but I guess at least I got to talk to him. That's the next closest thing I could do.
Oh. Did you want to talk to me?
Shortly, yes. It's actually a question of how I can assist you, young Des.
Oh,
I will explain
Right
my
now.
reasoning for thinking as such. For as long as I've been aware of you, we've just been fondly, the title I provided you was Little One. But now that you are easily 5 times the size, I love you
any family there, but a lot of the people I went to school with are there. Hi, Rize.
Hi.
So how does it feel, seeing a fellow professor being arrested?
It's a very strange question. How would it feel seeing one of your fellow soldiers fall prey to the same thing? Not good, I imagine.
Oh no, that'd be awful.
Well, then you would know it is awful. It is awful and it can happen to anyone. That's the hardest part, you see. Is trying to determine whose actions were whose, and how guilty they are of what they've done. That's what makes this so hard. I will speak with them before they depart. Hopefully so.
Professor?
Yes, Cadet, what can I do for you?
It doesn't need to be right now, but would I be able to ask you something private, if I could?
I don't know if that is a good idea, Cadet, especially between yourself and myself.
Oh, I mean private and more of just not somewhere right out in the open for eavesdropping. I know that they have to be present.
Well, I would prefer the soldier to be present considering both of our situations, but we can talk in my office if you wish.
That would be preferable, yes.
If you'll give me a few moments. I'm waiting to see what those soldiers have to say.
Understood.
How are you doing, Cook?
It'd be a lie to say I don't really know right now. Honestly. It's really hard to know that answer when you're healing from a wound that's been festering for a long time.
Understandable.
Question is really if it's even begun to heal or not. Actually, no, in this case, she would actually be able to sense that sort of thing, because magic sense. If it's a particularly strong thing, she probably would notice, so. However, I picked up the fact that his voice has energy to it.
Everything alright?
Goodbye. Ethan.
Fair enough. Cadet Risa, if you still wanted that talk, I have time until I'm to speak with Professor Finn.
I do.
I'm sure our escorts will not mind.
They haven't minded me for the past couple days so far. I hope they can be a bit patient.
So never hesitate to ask.
For this, it would probably be best if you were present, considering our situation.
Of course.
I don't even know where to start, truthfully.
Wherever you wish, Cadet.
The first thing, I guess, is just... I'm sorry.
For what?
To some extent, I feel like what befell you was no small part due to myself and the things that I was going through.
It is a job of the professors and staff here to ensure the safety of our cadets. You are working with a professor who was charged with your security and safety, that was knowingly taking advantage of that. Whether he thought it was for the right reasons or not doesn't matter. Unfortunately, it led to what it did. It is not your fault for trying to see the best in people, but we cannot, under any circumstances, allow it to blind us to the things that are happening around us.
And I guess, to that degree, I haven't been able to get over what happened since it did. Every night I keep falling asleep and you weren't awake for this part, but he used his gift to force me to obey his patron. I pretty much watched myself unable to do anything as I was preparing to kill everybody in that circle. Even if I didn't do it in the end, how am I supposed to feel like it won't happen again? If it was able to happen that easily, how do I move past that so I can actually stand with them?
That's the part that's the most important. The more you work side by side, shoulder to shoulder with your allies, the more they learn about you. They learn who you are. They learn your quirks, your behaviors, your disposition, your attitude, the way you speak, think, act. Allies, comrades, friends will learn these things about you. That is one of the darkness's biggest issues and weaknesses. Trying to replicate that is unnatural for it. While it may do itself to puppeteer and control, it will never be you. It can never be you. Unfortunately, it had chosen to use myself because I was vulnerable. I kept myself low on mana, so I would never be a threat. Unfortunately, I was unable to defend myself when Professor Finn made his move. And thusly I was easily taken, used against my will. However, a good deal of the cadets who have worked me for a long time suspected something was wrong, because the one thing I always told them: no matter what happens, that door must stay closed. And wouldn't you know it, the day that this happens, suddenly something like me shows up and says, "We have to open the door, our cadets are down there." Unfortunately, they didn't want to believe that that was the case, and they went along with it anyway, from what I understand. And it was almost a disaster. But if you remain pulled away from your allies, if you continue separating yourself, thinking that you're not worthy or that you are a risk, you will only make the chinks in your armor larger for the enemy to creep in upon. Accept it for what it was. Learn from it. Evolve from it. Look for those behaviors next time. You've done something that many people have not, Cadet, and that is survived. You survived that ordeal, retained your knowledge dealing with it. That gives you an advantage that very few people alive have. And that's something that you need to cling to. Because if you don't, well, it can happen again if you are not careful.
From what I was told, that wasn't the first time it had happened to you either. How did it...
No, it is not.
How long did it take for you to come to terms with that? I imagine someone like you didn't take all that long.
It took me a long time. The idea of being a possible threat, the idea of being an enemy to those that I care about and wish to protect and safeguard, eats away at me. But there is nothing I can do about it except try to slog forward and build as many obstacles in the path of my enemy as possible. There are cadets that I've trusted with my greatest secrets so they can kill me if necessary. There are staff that I have told my greatest weaknesses to so they can restrain me if necessary. Should I fail, should I be unable to keep the enemy at bay myself, whether it is dormant or not. These things I plan for, so even if I fail, those around me will not. And that is my peace of mind. I can safely focus on what I'm doing, cling to the fact that the door must stay shut, and tell myself that I'm doing my very best, because if I make a mistake, if I slip up, if the enemy is grasping into my head once more, I know that my colleagues, my professors, my headmistress, or my cadets will spot it and do what they must. Unfortunately, Professor Finn is a different case. He did what he did willingly. Yes, the enemy enticed him, but he was not taken over, he was not puppeteered. He allowed himself to be warped for love for another, as tragic as it is.
And in my effort to try to save him from that, it ended up becoming that tether that pulled me off the edge with him.
Nobody can fault you for trying to see the best in someone with your first encounter, Cadet. The question is, have you learned from it?
believe so.
And it was not for naught. You've come out with more information at your disposal than you went in. Despite the trauma that comes with it, despite the guilt that comes with it, it is still a victory because you are alive and you possess knowledge that can counter your enemy and prevent it from happening again.
I had originally turned to him because it was that very thing that I sought, trying to find a way to protect myself from it, to avoid the very thing that happened. My literal worst nightmare that I could have ever imagined.
It is not your fault. Again, you put your trust in someone who's supposed to safeguard you. Not your fault.
My reason for saying that is, it's obvious that those efforts were not quite enough, or perhaps were always meant to prepare for that moment where they would intentionally fail. For the
If you will forgive me, Cadet. I am needed elsewhere. Can you return in 10 minutes?
Yes, sir.
I believe we are required at the docks, soldier.
Of course.
I just wait in this general area.
Here. I took an extra candy from Madame's office.
Thank you. It's weird. To some degree, this is actually the hardest talk I've had all day. This is considering I had a face-to-face confrontation with someone who effectively abused me for a better part of half a year.
Sometimes facing people is the hardest thing. Especially few people that you may feel that you in some way caused pain or wronged. At least that's what I'm gleaning from the conversation.
Whether or not he blames me for it, I know to some degree he gave him a chance because I insisted it was possible, and I was willing to do anything to prove that belief of mine wasn't ill-founded or foolish.
You said in there wasn't false. There's no shame in trying to see the best in someone.
That's why it was hard to keep the unspoken part consistently unspoken. that even after all of it, I still want to see the good in them. If you were truly irredeemably bad, I feel like some of the things that I remember about them that were fond wouldn't have ever occurred, even if it was just to play me. If anything, though, I wanted to ask him, and a bit further when he returns, because out of anyone here, I feel like he understands the most what this feels like. I can't even imagine how bad it is for him. Because I don't hold any positions of authority. No titles, no grand function, or having to be somebody who's guiding the next generation forward. Not yet, at least. But for him, it's not that simple.
Life rarely is that simple, Cadet. And as much as we yearn for simpler things, it's some of the toughest things that continue to allow us to continue to move forward. Those that don't continue to move forward get left in the dust, left behind.
Yeah. I feel like at that point I'm that person who had been left in the dust and is now struggling to catch back up to everyone else. You weren't there for it, but the way things had gone, I pretty much was effectively isolated from everyone and everything for months on end. I couldn't see anyone's actions for what they were. Couldn't make out their intent as the good that they had. Pretty much had paranoia instilled in me as a rallying cry, always guiding me forward because of him. No one would understand the way he did. So to have that rug pulled out from under me is one that hasn't really been easy to get my footing back.
Then why not ask for help? No shame in it.
That's what I've been trying to do. People who notice pain most directly. I always learn best by example. So part of me is just hoping that something about their experience would help me with mine. And just even knowing what step one even is.
Step one is always the hardest. No one can help you take step one. The only person who can take step one is you, Cadet.
I know.
You have to be the one willing to move forward.
It's... As an outside perspective, you're free to say this is silly, but I felt completely sure that people wouldn't want to trust me after everything that happened, especially those at the epicenter of it who saw me at my literal worst. And every single one of them so far has said that I didn't need to gain their trust back because it was never broken in the first place. And it confuses me. I don't know if that's just the scars of the abuse I went through, or something else. But I don't know how they trust someone who can't even trust themselves.
I don't think that's silly, but I don't think I really have anything or should be the one to say anything on that. I don't think it's silly, though.
I guess
remember that question I asked you earlier? Who are you? I think they have an idea. I think they can help you figure out who you are. Because they see something in you. They see something more and much greater in you. And they can understand. That is why I don't think you've lost their trust. That is why they continue to be there by your side. Just a theory, that's all.
It's a better working theory than the one I've had, but lately I haven't really been able to completely trust my own thoughts. Once upon a time, something very similar to what I faced whispered something that has been a constant scar and drain on me ever since. Told me that paranoia suited me. Every single time I find myself thinking about it, I realize how much of it has made me paranoid of myself. I know my will is my own right now. I know nobody's pulling some string on my arm. But I'm scared of if it's just me thinking that, or if it's just something waiting till I finally feel comfortable enough to step out from behind all the barriers I put up and start all over again. But it is what it is.
We can resume if you wish. that's all right with you.
Yes. Is everything all right?
Yes, everything's all right.
Where was I?
Since time was limited, I opted to go and speak to Finn before his departure. It seems like more than likely he will be executed for his crimes. There's not much that can be done about that. Yeah, I've these for you. It has been verified by the guard that's followed me. There are 2 of them. They are bracelets. They're the ones that, if you put mana into one of them, whoever's wearing the other will be able to call you to their aid or vice versa. It's a way of alerting to someone that you need help. He wanted you to have them.
I see. To get back to the spot I was, I asked this stuff of you because I figured out if anyone on this campus you'd understand the most of the whirlwind of feelings that have been going through my head since done. At least as far as direct experience and the same. For it to have happened a lot earlier, and to have held out this long even with the watch of everyone else. Can you teach me how to be better prepared in a way that's healthier than what he did? So
First, I would need to find out if I'm to suffer the same fate. I do not know yet. It is still under revision. I cannot make any promises yet. If it turns out that is not the case, and I am allowed to continue my tenure here at Ascension Academy, if you want assistance, I can assist you, but while it will not be nearly as barbaric as what Professor Finn did, it will still be unrelentingly uncomfortable. What you need to work on is your mental fortitude, and not in the way that Finn was exacerbating it.
That's
resistance.
I know.
Not anytime soon.
Want to trust that you'd be doing it for the right reason, and it wouldn't just be preparing for a fate that was not even one that he decided on himself.
He is in no position to.
He told me.
Look.
Who or what had picked us came directly from it. that sense, it means that not only you, but I caught its eye. That's why I want to not stay stagnant. Because if it wants us, I don't want it to have remotely as easy of a time as it did this time. Preferably
It's
not at all.
something we can work you up towards, but it'll have to be slow and in increments that you can handle. The point for something like this is never to try and break the person that you are trying to train. It's helping them build a resilience. It's bringing them to that point where they feel that their knees will buckle, but you support them enough where they don't. It's repetition. You do this again and again and again until they can stand on their own. And you have to work up to that. And none of it will be pleasant. Mental fortitude is one of the most unpleasant things to try and build up. Now, before any of that can ever take place, first I need to be cleared, and then you need to be cleared. Once that's done, we can consider that in earnest. But for now, we must, as uncomfortable as it is, consider ourselves possible enemies of the Academy. We still serve by ensuring that we do not act as a weakness to them. We stay near our guards, we report to who we have to, and anything out of the ordinary we report it. Once we are cleared by Barian and the headmistress, things will be different. But for now, that's how we must do our part.
I just at least wanted to
Forgive me, I'm very tired.
make sure that I made that request. And for what it's worth, because I know that we hadn't always had the most comfortable of talks before. I ask you because of the fact that I don't consider you a weakness. Because you would only be one if you didn't acknowledge that there's a severe threat that surrounds what we do here and what it's done to us. It'd be a weakness if you didn't take the countermeasures.
It gets easier. I want to tell you that it gets simpler and that you learn how to sweep it under the rug, but you don't. Especially once you've been touched by it, it will always nag and claw at the back of your mind. Feeds upon your doubts, your angers, your insecurities, your sorrow. And through training, you'll learn how to identify these things and to pack it down in the back of your mind and pay it nothing. But the scratching doesn't get quiet, the whispers don't disappear. That's something you have to come to terms with.
Another reason I came to you specifically is you've had to cope with this for far longer than I had. And if it's only repeated itself once since then, whatever you're doing has to be working to some extent.
I am a pinnacle in my craft, my dear. I have spent my whole lifetime dabbling in illusionary magic in the school of illusion, which only defers to one's mental fortitude. Something like this takes time, and even I am nowhere near invulnerable to our old enemy. But I will do everything in my power, should you still have your mind set upon it once we have the go-ahead from the headmistress. to train you in the best way that I can so this does not happen again.
I'll return when they give us that okay.
Then I will plan for it, Cadet.
Thank you.
You don't need to thank me. That is my job and my oath. That's why I'm here at this academy.
Less so for the aid and just listening, I suppose. That's the first thing I'm trying to have to remind myself and relearn is just that people did want to listen, despite what was pretty much forced to believe otherwise. That was the first thing that went.
Every one of us who did not reach out to Professor Finn. Like yourself, those of us with more experience had a hand in his downfall. You are not to blame. We take it as a lesson to close our ranks, to watch each other's backs, and we move on. There is nothing you can do for Professor Finn any longer. But what you can do is use what he taught you, even by mistake, to ensure no one makes the mistakes that you did.
At the end of the day, if it weren't for him, I don't think I would have had the knowledge on how to help Gavin make sure that door reclosed. That crack.
You're probably right.
So I suppose.
And that's what we take from all this.
It's another thing I want to further alongside him. Taking the things that were taught to me as meant to be used for good and actually make do on what was promised.
I urged him to write a last letter to you before his execution. To explain to you his regrets and how he fell to the enemy and why. Things you already know. But there is a big difference, as I said to him, between a fading memory of something that may have happened years ago, years from now, and holding in your hand the evidence of a dead man who wished he could have done better. I think that you're mature enough to understand that for what it is, and use it to never make the same mistakes.
In more ways than one, sir.
I believe that. I believe that. Then if there is nothing else, Cadet...
There's not.
You are dismissed. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
I will.
If you do see Cadet Fang, please let her know I'm looking for her.
Of course. And if I can't give you that chance to change, just know that I myself will change for you.
Not much that can be done about that until I go back to Ireland.
Yeah. So you're manly.
If I can help in any way.
Reese.
Yeah.
I have something to give you.
Okay.
Esme, stay here.
Huh?
Oh, why did it get so big?
It's...
Well, this is usually a...
I mean, it looks not...
Are you doing anything? Well, it was a lot smaller when I originally put it in my pocket.
Okay,
but...
Can I ask you a favor? I just saw Lila go into the Crystal Thorn dorms. Can you let her know that Professor Albert is looking for her?
Oh, sure. We'll meet up in like 10 minutes.
You would want to start with
Anyway, I had charged that little thing with some of my mana just so you had
nowhere else. Yes, definitely, sir.
I don't know.
What are his affinities?
Actually, that would probably work with Rock.
He's just late affinity.
Sure.
You say you heard, I assume.
Yes. Lila, Professor Albert is looking for you. He asked me to let you know. I just left his office. He's probably still in that area. Okay.
You're gonna wanna
He said meeting in Ignis.
Continue my
Kind
best
of
till
got
the day
on
goes to
it.
bed, and then I will write my report tonight.
It's probably a meeting to discuss about the mission coming up.
No one currently.
That'd be my guess.
He's trying to make friends, and I told him.
Wouldn't be surprised if there's more to it than that, but we'll see.
To become quick friends with Ryder. I have never had friends. His therapist is also a chicken.
Oh my god.
It better not be my chicken.
Toby will be the death of me.
There's a lot of chickens in there.
The white one.
His paperwork is on you.
Cassidy, I was told you needed to speak with either myself or Ida.
Toby,
Indeed I do.
do you realize the chicken you mentioned as your therapist is our chicken?
I have many therapists. There's one chicken.
I imagine once I go into the dorm for that meeting, probably don't need to keep watch at that point unless you'd like to outside. I think the main point they were saying is that I shouldn't have been left alone.
I must go to the library and read about how to make friends.
Do you have any suggestions since my office is kind
We
of...
do plan on going out any more
What is
tonight. I will
that?
wait outside the dorms.
What?
I shall.
But otherwise, if you go to bed, then I will take my leave.
Good day.
But I won't follow you inside.
What was that for?
I haven't had the opportunity to prank you in forever. It's been months.
Lieutenant. Lieutenant, look what I found.
You fell for it.
Can I talk to her?
I'm hurt. I'm hurt.
Oh, by the way, in case you haven't heard, we're all wanted in Ignis soon, so...
I know.
Come here, Andy.
But first I want to introduce you to somebody.
Okay.
Follow me.
Anyways, they mostly just want to make sure I'm not ever by myself for a while, so... You're effectively my guard right now.
Well, if you allow me to be with you all the time, then you wouldn't be by yourself all the time.
Do you understand what I mean? Anyways, who am I?
I know. Okay, come on. Don't worry about that. Follow me.
Okay.
Okay, so you know how I usually have wind following me around and stuff like that, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Well, sometimes there's a reason why I sit by myself and meditate. I can speak to it, but it doesn't really speak back. It speaks back in its own way. And yeah, well. They seem to really like when you're, well, my wind really likes when you're around, though. It's just oh boy, they're gonna get antsy now. Because oh god, here they go. Because I'm happy. You guys better be quiet during the meeting.
How do I hug wind?
Well, like, you know, it's usually around me, so I am pretty happy right now, so you should be able to feel it. So, oh, okay. Oh boy, now they're getting picked up because you made me happy.
Wind's good.
Yeah. Don't do that. That would think somebody you need their attention.
I'm gonna put this upstairs and I'll be back down.
Alright.
Step back outside so you don't think I ran off or something.
Hi.
No.
I see you were whistling. Nothing weird happened or suspicious at all, I presume. What the fuck?
No.
That's just a little wind.
That's the wind around me. That's me.
Oh. It's windy.
It's very windy.
Whatever.
Hey, heckin' windy.
Wind whistles. Wind whistles.
Yeah. It's okay, it's okay. I promise that it's just me. Because I'm laughing. It's totally just because Shut the fuck
It's okay.
Hi.
It's okay.
Could I have a panic attack?
No, no panic. No panic.
I promise that it's just me. Air Genasi thing.
Okay.
Oh, my thing.
Okay. 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 It's still in my ears.
No.
That's not you. I promise. The wind is freaking me out. I'm used to Zephy.
It can almost hug you in a way.
I don't know how to feel
I've
about
had a day.
Think of it as like me hugging you, which is
I bet.
a strange concept.
That's not strange. I've hugged you before. I think. Haven't I?
I think it's picking you up too because you're floating.
I'm joining. I mean, to be fair, Ignis and Crystal Thorn kinda do be. The only reason why we ain't purple is because Vanguard had the copyright first, and that's how that works. Is the first person gets it.
Oh, that's how you.
I'm sure we'll have our meeting soon, I guess.
Probably.
Did he say what it was gonna be?
Nope.
I have a feeling it's about what's going to be happening in the coming weeks.
Torpor is.
Probably.
Torpor.
Is it rude for me to look at your book?
No.
It's his book.
What is it?
Magical diseases.
Wow. What you looking for?
Something for Zachary.
Oh. I see. Noted.
Mm-hmm.
Can you say the name, or is that unable? Is that a thing you can't do?
We don't.
I'm sorry.
I have no idea. I don't know anything. It's a thing.
Oh, you're trying to figure out what it is.
Mm-hmm. Magical disease. I also have curses as well, just so I can see if I can correlate any symptoms.
Any luck so far?
I just sat down, so no. I might be able to ask Albrecht for what he has been looking for so far, but yeah, I just learned about this today, so.
What are the symptoms?
I don't really know. All I noticed was some discoloration of the skin.
Yes!
That's just Ryder. Being Ryder.
Usual Ryder.
Normally I'd say don't mention it, but I think it's harder for him to hide it because they're very clearly on his arms. His face.
You're talking about those black smudges.
Yeah. About those.
Do you know
I'm looking for
something
an
about
alternative
them?
theory.
Oh.
Davina, I'm looking for an alternative theory.
That would be nice.
He said there's 2 working theories. I'm looking through for the second one.
Okay.
Good, you're here.
Yep. Waited in the most
I've
convenient
infiltrated your
place.
squad.
And as long as I'm with you guys,
I see that.
the guards aren't going to mind, because they pretty much just want to make sure I'm not left alone.
Before I forget, do you mind doing a little bit of a write-up on Torpor for me, so I have more knowledge on it next time? I'm helping you. You're not the only vampire on campus.
We'll talk later about it. I'll give you an answer.
Whatever works for you.
Chips was sailing a boat. He should be pulling in down there.
Sailing?
We have boats that we can
In
sail?
Noshi, yes.
It was just a
A
rowboat.
rowboat.
Yes. I didn't know we had rowboats here. Oh my goodness.
Neither did I. Not sure where he found it.
Captain. Chips. He probably fucking made it knowing him.
Honestly, I was about to say the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
He's crazy good at building things, and he just hides his power level all the time until it's for fun things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that kind of tracks for him.
I'll also give you the recipe to that concoction that I've been meaning to give you about getting blood out of clothing. Because you desperately need to learn how to do that.
Would be useful.
Not dragging you with that. It was not. Kind of gross. I can teach everybody, actually. I am the self-proclaimed master of getting rid of blood stains.
Ominous.
Which sounds more ominous than it actually is.
Yeah.
You trying to tell us something?
I'm just saying human childbirth is fucking disgusting.
Oh, okay, well.
No, it's not. Take that back
Yes,
right
it-
now.
Have you ever delivered a baby, Mason?
I was a baby. I was delivered.
You know what?
I can't argue with that.
I can't argue with that.
It must
I can't
be
argue with
beautiful
that.
because specifically it happened to him. I love that energy.
I wish I had that
Also,
kind of
yeah,
attitude. And here's
So a pitchfork can do so much fucking damage you have no idea. Oh my god. It's so gross.
Let's go.
Bye! I infiltrated the squad now. Now I'm gone. Goodbye! Goodbye!
That's the reason why she wants to learn how to have bloodstains on her clothes, because if everyone's bloody, they all are igneous.
That's true. If there's no blood on people's uniforms, they can't be Ignis Squad. I wonder what our secret squad is. If we clean the blood from our uniform. Oh gosh. I'd probably turn into Crystal Thorn.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the rest of me is Crystal Thorn.
Turn into Vanguard.
So blue. It used to be more blue. And then this happened.
True. Still beautiful.
I'm sure you've all heard from the assembly. Chips, are you informed?
Yeah, a little bit.
How much do you know?
Hosh, come here.
You're more or less part of this now too, Hosh. You might as well hear all this.
I'm hoping you'll get into Ignis even though we're full. Take a seat. You're one of us.
Only through the grapevine. I've only heard that we're probably going somewhere.
Ancestra is under attack. A siege of some sort.
For about a month.
Why the ferryman was so slow. We are not to be called there, however. The headmistress says that we have been assigned to go to Fallbrook.
Why Fallbrook?
That Fallbrook.
What's so special about Fallbrook?
It's not.
Seems to be special now. Fallbrook is a city in northern Valandor. It lies in between the Darklands and Sanctuary. Normally, people use it to pass by, crossroads of sorts. It's a gathering of humans, vampires and lycans. Lies between all of the cities, of each respected race. Because of this, though, it is politically... what's the word? On fire, I guess. Constantly. Yeah. I have no idea why the CAF is sending us there. But it is a very dangerous place. What I know of it, and I've only been there several times passing through, there are ruling families, houses, that were once one house, but now have split up into three, and you can assume why. There's also something concerning a large force of vampires have gone through there several months ago. One of them being Chips and I's master. His name is Lord Godfrey. I know not if he has simply gone through or has stayed. But he is not to be trifled with. I wanted to gather all of you here today to not only prepare you, but also ask if we should have a change in leadership. Chips and Vivina are no longer under investigation. And they can be appointed, Chips, as leader again, if you also wish it.
Oh.
And I will return to second. Or what have you. Does not matter to me.
Well, I guess the question stands, do you wish it, Chips?
Words out of my mouth.
I just want everyone to be safe, so whatever that is, then...
I understand that.
In my case, whoever is leader out of all of you, I'll follow.
Me too.
The only thing I wouldn't do is if I were asked to be, because I don't think I'd make a good one. Especially with what's happened recently.
It is unfortunate that I was dormant during the episode. But from what I can hear, Rise, is that you performed admirably. At risk, yes, but you resisted.
I
And the one responsible is gone now.
Yeah. Yes.
I should thank all of you for keeping me safe.
And thank you, Hosh, for breaking us out.
I suppose I
You're welcome.
would like to ask something to everyone, since the vast majority of you were directly there when it happened, even if not awake. I am trying really hard not to harbor any sense of blame for being forced to do something against my own will. But more than that, it's just the worry, fear, whatever it is that I learned today. The reason it happened at all was because it told him to bring me there like that. Which means it took an interest in me, for whatever reason. And I'm
Rana,
worried. I'm worried that it could potentially happen again the same way it happened to Albrecht. I'd just like to... I'm not trying to avoid it, but I'd like some kind of help in just feeling that I'm safe to be with you all. Not against my own safety, but yours.
Understand.
Well,
What do you say?
If anyone considers you a danger, I'm just as bad. For reasons that most of you know. I'm particularly susceptible to charm magic. It'd be no different.
plus, it took like 4, 5, 6 or so like times of hitting you with
It
that
was
to work.
6. It was reactive by the time you all were there. As part of the trap, for lack of a better word.
We were... long before you, we have been in that circle before. So, our safety
It is clear
has long been compromised.
that most of us seem to be marked by it. It keeps using us to try to set itself free. The only one untouched seems to be Esme.
Oh. I have a question. When we were, I guess, all summoned down there, I seem to be free from, restraint. Like I wasn't, like,
How did you end up down there anyways?
I don't know. I
Question
was waiting to watch the like sparring. Then suddenly I was down there.
Hoshi, were you surrounded by a dark mist?
It's hard to remember.
Because I can tell you about the timeline of
you can later.
what happened on our end, since it seemed to have set off the entire chain of events. Pretty much, Finn had preemptively put that spell on me under the guise of demonstrating my training with him to Professor K and Professor Albrecht. at the same time, he had taken that chest of his, cast a considerable amount of that magic into it, and had Professor Albrecht open it to, at least what was told to him at the time, take on the form of whatever was inside, and we were going to, had things gone how it was stated, be fighting each other under that influence, but instead, pretty much that same, I guess, the way you describe it, black mist came out of it, and when we all came to, we were in that circle, and shortly after, Albrecht went unconscious. Guess one of his clones appeared behind him and then disappeared. And shortly after, one by one, the rest of you showed up. But at that point, I pretty much to his plan, because according to what I was told, the darkness said I was supposed to be, quote, the weapon. I could hear you all, but I couldn't recognize any of you. It only got broken slightly when Kay started being attacked, and I guess I didn't account for the fact that I would fight back, I guess. The rest, most of you know. And the bit that neither of you two were awake for, I think it'd be better left to just imagination of how it went from what you do know. I'd rather not recount it. I already see it enough every night.
What of you, Rana? Is it the same?
What do you mean?
As the rest of us.
I was covered in some sort of shadowy mist of sorts. And that's how I ended up there. But the first time I ever came in contact with it, it told me that it could help me. But the thing of it is that, of course, I could say no, but there's other personalities within my head that could be easily swayed.
Vavina and Linnick brought up a good point the other day, in that Joseph wasn't summoned. He was previously part of this little group that the entity has labeled. I have my suspicions that you have been replaced, or he has been replaced with you.
It's entirely possible that for now, the range of its influence wasn't far enough to reach out, or
which means
instead,
the closer we are to it. Or that.
I did die for a little bit there.
Huh? What?
Finn
An hour
attacked
and
me
30 minutes.
several times. He, cut my arm off, etc. And then
I knew you were wounded, but not...
it was pretty bad. One of the other creatures stabbed me through the heart. Well, not heart, but through my chest at least.
I'm just glad I didn't contribute it more than I already did. It's... the most I could do was pretty much like watching everything through the other side of incredibly thick glass. But the most I did was make it so that the blade turned the last second, otherwise I was going to cut your head off.
You're okay.
There wasn't anything I could do about it. Beyond that.
There's a good chance it will attempt. Go on.
You said that I could be possibly replace Jojo or whatever, Joseph, whatever his name was. What do you mean by that?
He was in the circle before you.
Okay. Was it the darkness that brought me back?
It's a non-zero possibility.
I suppose only time will tell.
It happened to Jojo, too. From what Hannah told me. But I don't know. It could not be.
In the meantime...
I would just like to see it as a miracle, you know? Not anything bad.
Yeah, I would prefer that too. 100%, 100%.
The difference in all those experiences was that you were brought there without necessarily being warped, aside from just not being able to move out of those circles. I wasn't that lucky. And it kind of comes back to the point of something I talked to Professor Albrecht about, given that he would know more than anyone else here what that was like. And he pretty much told me the extent of his level of preparation as far as if that exact thing happened. I don't think I can comfortably say that I would ask any of you to kill me if it happens again, but whatever you need to do to make it so that I can't do anything, I won't hold against you. I greatly prefer that to the alternative.
I mean,
I
we
just
also
felt
have
it last time. I'll try to make sure I can do it again.
I can't always count on that being something that you could repeat if you're even in the vicinity, if or when it happens. I need to have some level of preparation on top of that. Because as good of a fighter as I am, even when it's not able to make me do everything exactly, if it needs to happen, there's a pretty easy way to probably take me out. I think I even overheard it being mentioned. Any amount of heavy concussive force to hear. As long as it's not penetrating, it shouldn't break anything.
Enough.
I'll just...
Stop. Please.
Sorry.
It's okay. I just don't want to think about that.
Point being, we'll do what we need to, but I sincerely doubt we will ever be in a situation where we will need to kill you.
I agree.
That's the hope.
To sum it up, half of us are touched by it and are in danger of either influence or being sacrificed and used to open the gate. Hoshi, as I'm aware, broke us out somehow, some way.
Yeah. I can't help but feel like I wasn't supposed to be there. As in, Finn or the darkness didn't intend for me to be there.
Stark
We
and
know
I
how
actually
we
have
say,
an
got there,
ironic
but
theory.
not you, Hoshi. Go ahead.
You might be tied to the lightness, maybe.
Lightness.
Whatever that is.
The lightness.
I mean,
The
why wouldn't there
opposite,
be one?
you mean?
Mm-hmm.
When I was speaking to the headmistress after it all happened, she honestly gave a bit of an interesting idea about that in terms of what its opposite is. Not necessarily light, but life itself. So it's the thing I seems to fear most is when it can't separate people, break them down. The less they remember how to live, the easier it is for them to fall prey to it.
Sounds like light to me, but that's semantics. Regardless, Rize, I trust you wholeheartedly. And firmly, I believe that all of us, really any of us, would be a great leader. However, I think you being the leader, Victor, is doing some pretty great things. And Chips, wholeheartedly, I think you might need a break. If you want it, speak up.
I agree.
I agree with that as well.
Then you gotta decide it.
Victor, if you take lead, I'll be your second.
Oh. Bold.
That's a no on my department.
A no?
I think he wants to be second at least, is what you're implying. I think this also tracks, if only for one thing. This isn't to say that you are incapable, Arashi, but Chips and Victor have a very important bond, which will be very important for him. Learning how
Don't you
to
think
be
a bond between
a leader.
all of us would be better as well?
Yes. Although, this is the most synchronous.
Okay.
I think the more important note out of that is that there are people willing to step up in the event someone is unable to do so, which should be kept in mind. You rely on them, yes, but if there's ever a time where we can't turn to them, whatever the reason is, there's someone who's willing to speak up first. She's putting herself forward as that. I can't necessarily at this time say I would do the same.
I would, for myself as well. But in general, I would hope that all of us would speak up when needed. Okay, so at this point, Victor, you should choose someone who you think would be best at help keeping you level, on task, or to take care of things when you are not available. This decision affects you more than anyone else in the squad. It's only natural that you choose it.
I failed all of you. I lay dormant while you all fought for your lives. Fought for my cold corpse. The fact that you wish me later still, I find ridiculous.
At least I know how you feel on that
But
front,
if I'm-
from a different way. Just how we are.
But if you still want me at this position, I would keep Chips as my second. We are headed to one of, if not possibly our most dangerous mission yet. These are killers and monsters. I know not what our purpose will be there. But I do know that they will not bat an eye upon slaying any one of you and any one of them. I believe Chips and I can lead you through this mess. We are knowledgeable of our own kind, yes. And we can work with the Lycans and the humans. Hannah, Gavin, perhaps. All the other squads who share in this. If we fail you again, if I fail you again, I will step down.
Cross that bridge if it's something that ends up needing to be. For now, I do have one question, though, about something you said about this. This master of yours, if an encounter with him is unavoidable, what do you want us to do?
Flee. Do not fight him. He is not one for conflict anyways. He is the whisper in the night. The knife that slides in silently. He will avoid it at all costs. He is the master of puppets.
Important clarification then. If you do not believe that he would kill us right in front of us, would he still hurt us, or more importantly, you two?
Yes.
That's what I thought. Does that extend to all of us, or just you two?
He would use all of you to cause us pain.
Ah, I see. Okay.
All of this, it's no coincidence. The fact that he told me he was going to Fallbrook less than a year ago, during the summer. The CAF is attacked at their headquarters, and now they're having Ascension go to that exact location. I hope it is not a coincidence. I hope it is, rather, and that he's merely traveling with his retinue. But if he's there for a purpose, and that could be why the CAF is sending us there. will send out a few letters to some connections, see if I can gather more info before we are sent off. Though it may not get back in time.
Whatever information we can get, it would be valuable though, so there's no harm in trying.
Pieces are moving. They always have, just now more evident. Leaders and world movers are making big plays. Be on your toes. Watch each other's backs. And we'll get through it. I'm sure of it. That is it for me. If anyone else has anything to say.
I still brought up the topic I wanted to. There's nothing more for me.
Jebs. Well, that's something that we'll need to speak about, but I understand if you can't do it right now. Emphasis. Vic, I know that you think you failed us. I don't see it that way. I mean, fuck. I was the one who was charmed and attacked one of our fellow students plenty of times, so just saying.
To that point, if I'm not allowed to blame myself for nearly murdering all of you, then I don't think you should blame yourself for being put in a position to protect your own self from falling the same way. I'm sure it happened for a reason. I feel like only you would know that answer. I don't know what goes on inside your head.
It was humiliating, really. I fell into torpor. A deep sleep. When a vampire is in danger, of death, they fall into a paralysis. So something must have triggered to cause it. The influence to keep me from attacking you all like Albrecht, perhaps? I have no idea. A lot of questions. Hoshi, myself. How it touched Rana. Esme, I do have a question for you. How many people can you explore in their mind? Only once at a time?
Like, how many people I can bring with me?
That and say you were to delve into all of our minds, the ones that are touched by the darkness. Could you do that?
Yeah, I can do everyone's.
Simultaneously or one at a time, I think is what he's asking.
I've never done multiple people at once. I don't know if that's possible.
Dangerous for you, right?
Well, it always will be, but I've gotten better at it.
Wait. You can do what?
It's my dream walk ability. I can go into people's mindscapes.
It's really cool.
And people can go with you?
I can take people with me.
It is extremely dangerous.
I understand.
There was someone she did it to.
Okay. Is this something that you want to do with all of us for some reason? Just sounds a little scary, not gonna lie. Because everybody's
In the event that we are, from my understanding, yes. I have not done it myself, but from what others have described. I had an idea. If we are unable to resist the darkness, as we are very evident in its machinations, perhaps there is something that Esme can do. Perhaps, if it is some sort of mind manipulation, I'm not sure.
I see.
Oh, you're onto something! Oh my gosh, I'm so lucky you're unafflicted.
That could work.
We're so lucky.
Or I could even bring someone to help me as well.
Wait a minute! Team Cat? Team Cat?
Given the fact that
if Hoshi can fight it with your new powers, perhaps Esme can take you in and you can cleanse us.
But what if the darkness isn't the only obstacle?
Oh, well,
that's a question for Esme.
Some people's minds are obviously darker than others.
Like when I enter your mindscape? There's a possibility that I would face other problems.
We've done it before with someone who had 2 souls in their bodies, so I know what
I've
you're
done
getting
it
at.
a lot.
What about
Yeah.
multiple personalities?
Yeah, it's pretty much probably the same, I imagine. Maybe?
Actually, I have.
Oh!
Even better. Happening! Everything's coming together.
This will prove very dangerous, like Rana said, not only our own minds, but if you dive into a mind that is influenced by the darkness, it could influence you.
It could.
Truthfully, I don't know, like, in my own case, if anything got left behind, but this was something I was more or less being prepared for over the course of many months. Because admittedly, over time, I grew used to that magic he was using. He said it was something that was not directly it, but born from it. So I can't even say what may or may not even be there. All I know is there's...
This will be our last resort, if anything. If we find a way to resist its influence without having you risk yourself as me, then all the better. But if it continues to use us, then we may have no choice.
I mean, if it's like marked you somehow, I could even take a look inside your mindscape and see.
To some degree, I'd almost want to actually know if that's happened to myself, because I know, at least for the 4 of you, there's something there for certain because of what specifically befell you. In my case, I'm still trying to figure out the extent of the damage. Perhaps it's a little bit of paranoia, but I'd almost prefer to be more sure if it was one-off or something that we need to be aware of the same degree as whatever it's marked you all with.
When the time comes, we will choose one of the marked for you to test, Esme. If it's a success, we will continue on to the others.
And we'd have to figure out a way, if there is a mark, how to get rid of it.
To that degree, I don't know if it would work, but between what Hoshi can do, the things Gavin and I have been working on, if we find a way to be able to combine those, it might be possible. Between Hoshi being able to just deal with it with their presence and, albeit with the help of the majority of the Academy, what Gavin and I cast did close that door all the way back up. Not seal it, but keep anything else from leaking out for a time.
You're saying to bring Gavin in with Hoshi and Esme.
Possibly. He was the one who was leading the charge on being able to disrupt magics of the Dark Order. I was brought in to help only for the fact that, for a lot of it, you often needed to have both a light user and a dark user.
I am also a light user.
Dark user! Also, Chips is light and dark affinity, which I realized this before, but people like him must be real useful for stuff like this, apparently.
Man, I'm just
It's like they're born for it.
Air and lightning.
I
Dark
could
and earth.
investigate and then determine the best way to get rid of it. I can always revisit. I don't want to take more people than are needed, because it takes more of a toll on me.
If that would be the case, then in an ideal situation, if someone... let's
Are you able to
Victor,
interact
you get
or...
corrupted. It would probably be Hoshi and Chips.
To that,
And, oh wait, no, Rize too, because of the thing, right?
well, yes, but that actually does raise a question. Are you able to interact or otherwise guide people while in someone's mindscape without them necessarily being in it with you?
Like the person that I am visiting?
I suppose, but if, say, for myself, if I didn't go into the mind with you, would you still have some way that you'd be able to interact with me on the outside?
No, no one that I take with me or myself can interact.
Because if it were possible, then the suggestion would be people that could have some way of helping from the outside do something to make the task inside easier. Or possible, I suppose, is another way to look at it. But if not, that would just be going about it blindly and not knowing if it's helping or hindering.
What does being in this dream world entail? Like, what happens, I guess? Are there rules? Or...
Sort of. We have to come back to the place that we entered. To leave.
And they have to be within your eyesight too, right?
They can't stray too far, or else I'll lose them, and then they can't come back.
Oh. Anything else?
I mean, I don't suggest touching everything that you see. It's not really a rule, but probably shouldn't do that. But yeah.
Well, books usually, or people say that dreams can be anything. Can it just be anything in that moment? Could you accidentally go into somebody's mind when they're having a nightmare, per se? And you'll be stuck in the middle of it?
It's not like that. It's more like a memory lane. And the area is whatever. Is whatever fits them as a person. Sometimes it changes when you're inside, or changes when I revisit.
I need to find Stark before he turns in for the night.
So...
Oh, yeah, catch him quick.
You could basically relive people's memories and their dreams.
Sort of. I can see other people's memories. They're usually traumatic ones.
I think I see the worry now, then.
I can help people, help them fix it sometimes.
Fix it?
Ooh. Address the trauma, I presume. Close the loop.
If it's something that's not enabling you to do something.
Private conversations. And you still
I'm gonna,
for like 2 minutes. Or did he run away? Did he run away? Sleep. He was.
I'm gonna go.
Oh, okay.
Rana?
Is it his medication?
I'm gonna see if I can sneak into the library.
I should probably mention that I can't do this without people's permission, so I don't just do this to people.
I mean,
If that's what she's thinking.
No, it's... I think she's worried of what you're going to see.
Yes, if she gets afflicted.
No.
I don't talk about what I see.
I think it's more she's
No,
worried
she just
about...
doesn't want anyone to see it. And she doesn't want you to get hurt, is what I'm guessing.
Given the extent of how badly things like the death of her sister affected her, and that being the reason why she is the way she is, I'm pretty sure that's what she's worried would be seen and people be stuck in the middle of.
I see.
And in that particular one, even though I very much want to be there to help her through it, I'm worried that me being there specifically would potentially make it worse. She sees a lot of similarities to how she was. That much has been proven from the fact that in times of stress, she's sometimes accidentally mentioned the name. suppose something to keep in mind if it gets to the point where we need to seriously consider doing this.
I think she's
there's
just
still
uncomfortable.
time.
If you want to get stuff, you have to go into the kitchen, unfortunately. It's really awkward.
What do you mean?
Okay, so you see them, but you can't get them. There needs to be
They're
a little
really, really
teapot
stuck on
thing.
there.
Yeah, you won't be able to get them. Because there's a... What the... What? Wait a minute. They added a thing! My life has changed. You're a genius. I never knew. I never knew! Fuck.
The more you know.
Please only be in the kitchen.
Grace,
Yeah?
come to my room for a second.
Okay.
I did want to say something to you, though, before I go to sleep for the
I'll be
night,
here.
so I'll find you
I'll be
after.
around. I'll be easy to find.
I'm not too sure
What's up, Grana?
if going into my mind will be the best idea.
I kind of picked up on what I think the worry is. I hope it's alright that I
Reliving a memory?
shared
No,
the
you're fine.
reason. I'm pretty sure it is.
You told them?
I told them that it was something that you probably didn't want them to see because of how it pretty much has been the exact reason that everything that you suffer from stems from. And that it could potentially be
I just
a dangerous
don't want
environment.
anybody else to see that. I mean, if you are put into my mind and whatever is there is real, then it could possibly hurt you too.
I think that's...
From what I'm
So-
getting it is, what if you feel the same emotions I did? I was only 16.
I think the thing that we are trying to get at, though, is that this isn't something that we want to do unless it is potentially the only option we have. One, she can only do it if you give her permission to. But two, I don't think anybody is wanting to do it unless it's the only option to keep ourselves safe from what's taken interest in all of us.
What if one of me did accept it? Because they believed what it said.
At the time, wasn't it Arashi who was forward at the time?
Yes.
You yourself, you don't think you took its offer, do you?
From what you've told me, I think there's one that would.
I don't necessarily know that for certain. I know very little about them. Only one interaction. I'd have to actually talk to them to understand what drives them, what motivates them, and if they feel that promise of help and power was genuine.
Then what happens to me?
I don't know.
Because it's just one body.
I wish I could tell you the answer, but I don't know the answer. All I know is the only thing I have any experience with is it deciding that your answer to its offer of power doesn't matter. It will take what it wants regardless. I mean, now maybe it was... I don't think he would have any reason to lie about it. It wasn't even his original idea. The darkness itself told him to make me its weapon, his weapon. If that's the sort of thing we're dealing with, to some degree, I don't know if answering yes or no ultimately matters beyond which...
So any of us could be the weapon. Whatever it does, we saw what it can do to somebody. It can enhance them.
I'm not saying that there isn't any hope in the matter. Again, that was somebody who asked for it, invited it in. And you compare it to me, who basically got dragged into that position, kicking and screaming. What I'm saying is I don't know what happens if there is some side that is tempted. It would be easier to say if it was one mind, one personality, one body. But in your case, we're talking about, at minimum, 3 different personalities in one body, one soul. What would apply to most may not apply to you. And the most I think you can really do for yourself is make sure that this part remains a bastion against it. That the answer to its temptation is always no. So that if it does try to do anything, it has to be by force. And you saw directly. Even if it tries to force, it can't completely get what it wants. It would have been different if I had let it in. If I had let it in, like, for a while, he made me want to. That's the part I haven't been able to come to terms with. more so than anything else, is that the fact there was, for a time, a period where I wanted it to take me. Because I felt like there was nothing left I could do to have the change that I wanted around everybody. Something I thought was for the better. I think if the people who intervened to some degree hadn't done that, I wouldn't have had nearly as much resistance to it when it finally forced its way in. So,
I, for one, am glad to have you sitting here next to me, if that means anything.
It does. My point in sharing that, though, is while I am just one person, and I know that you are only yourself, but not the whole, never let it get so bad to the point that you actually think it's the only way. Because the way you described it to me, how it felt when it talked to you, I wish I could say it was as nice as that. And I say that sarcastically. It's a lot more worse when it's basically saying your choice doesn't matter. And to some degree, until I get cleared by the headmistress or whoever else makes that call, having to look at myself like I may still be an enemy to everybody until I'm certain if it's gone for now. Just know, the worst part of the nightmare has always been the focus shifts to you. The part that hurts the most to see. Because sometimes in a dream, I don't get to resist. I didn't know that you had actually died that day.
It wasn't your doing.
I'm not
Please
saying
understand that.
I'm not saying that it was. But I've seen you die. At least 7 times now. And one of them was real. I'm afraid to sleep. Because I know it will be waiting for me. I've tried to forget, or at least distract myself, not forget for good. I'll never be able to forget it. The part of me that's struggling so hard to come to terms with it, even though everyone's forgiven me. I just can't stand seeing you get hurt anymore, even if it's not real. That's why I said what I did in the meeting. I don't want to have to be a friend. I'm ever in a position where I have to worry that I'll do that again.
Do you honestly think that I have it in me to kill you?
No. That's not what I asked for.
Wind.
I just asked for somebody, anyone, to do whatever they need to make sure I can't do anything. That's all I want. Because whether I like it or not, I'm going to have to carry
Let me
that
ask you something.
concern.
Let me ask you something. Let's say it was me, and you were in the circle that day. And I come to you, and I tell you, if something like this happens again, I don't want to hurt anyone. I want you to just end it. How would that make you feel? Someone you love, someone who cares about you so much, is telling you to kill them.
I never said I wanted you to kill me! Would you please listen to me?
You don't have to yell. Sorry.
I just...
It's what it felt like.
Just scared of what I could do to you all. I'm not like the rest of you. I'm not just there to play a different part. It was more than that. If it's always going to be like that, one day the nightmare will be real.
And what if it was? What if you did turn into this scary monster that you believe that you are sometimes? What if you did? What if it did happen? What if that night in the cave, that was it? You know? That's the end of it. There is nothing you could do because something is influencing you. But at the end of the day, something stronger was able to hold that darkness back. Her name is Rise. You knew that your friends were there, even if they were mocking you and telling you that you couldn't do anything. You knew that I was on that ground telling you that I loved you. And instead of hurting me, instead of chopping my fucking head off, you knocked me out. You did it to us all. Because you're strong. When you first came to this school, that's what you wanted. You wanted to be strong, right? You wanted to be stronger for us. And look at you. Even if it became hard at some times, here you are, a year later. Yes, hard stuff happens. Just when you think that you can't get over it, you do. Because you... I feel like no matter what I say to you, Rise, nothing goes through. I can sit here and tell you that I'd give you the world, but you wouldn't want it. Everything I say to you is because I mean it. I'm not asking to get yelled at. I'm sorry that I misinterpreted that I thought you wanted me to kill you. That's all I could think of at the moment.
Just got frustrated because I've repeated that point more than once already.
I get it, okay? I have wind constantly surrounding me. My ears are a little full of it sometimes. I'm sorry. I don't want to fight with you. I told you earlier that I would be right there if it happened again. And I would do anything I can to help you. Even if it meant me dying. Because I love you. I hate to say it, but you saw how much I loved you the other night. And quite frankly, I saw how much you loved me back. You saw what it was like for an Air Genasi to feel happy. I mean, shit, the wind around me is happy when you're around. It doesn't matter if you're hurting. I'll always be here for you. Yeah, those red eyes. I know. It's scary. Let me say this. If you were good, which, you know, you are, I'd be good with you. If you were evil, I'd be evil with you. It's just how it is for me. At the end of the day, I am on your side. no matter the situation. You don't have to believe me. That's okay. These hands were not just made for me to cast magic. They were made to hold yours and hold you close. Ooh. I may not be the best with words. I may come across as way too jealous at times. But know that everything I say has meaning. I won't be around forever, like you. But I want to enjoy as much time I have with you. One day, you'll understand what that means. I just don't think that I have the proper energy to say it right now.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I should be the one who's sorry. I should probably listen a little bit more.
I'm just scared of a lot of things.
Me too. We can be scared together. Oh, and if there's ever, if it ever feels like I'm being too much, just tell me. Like if I'm just too close all the time, just tell me to go away.
I mean it, I'll try. I know there are times that I do that whole go away, but I actually want you to stay thing.
I figured.
I'm bad about that.
It's okay. What did I do to deserve you?
You looked for something that no one else saw? Or rather, maybe you have the patience to fix what's there.
I can most certainly try.
So you pretty much picked
up something I didn't even know it was broken. It only broke down worse over time. I haven't started to get a chance to even figure out how to fix anything.
Time. It's all you can really hope for, is just time. Everything takes time.
I figured as such.
Sorry, I just enjoy looking at you. Mm-hmm. Silly. You're just gonna do that from now on just to get a kiss out of me, aren't you?
Because I know it
You're gonna be in the
works.
middle of the battlefield, covered in blood, sweat, and tears, and you're just gonna go.
What
Is that
if
what you're gonna do?
what if that was healing that made me able to fight better? Just remind me my healing.
Oh. Okay. So my kisses are healing. What do you guys think about that?
They don't need to see anything. They know I'm right.
Oh, do they?
They'll probably side with me on this.
That's not fair. Okay, you are right. They do side with you.
High five.
Just high five the wind.
I keep.
Oh, something fell.
What you gonna do
Quit
about
knocking
it?
over the books.
What you gonna do about it?
I think the next time you do that, I have an idea.
What?
I guess you're just gonna have to wait and see. Something you won't expect. Now you're scared to do it. Ah. I mean, you do have the option to do it. It's just you don't know what's coming from it. That's the thing now. Oh, so you are doing it. You're leaning forward.
Harumph. I got to name my Rhino kisses. Harumph.
Huh?
Harumph. Before I go to bed, there's something I need to talk to Viv about. But seeing as they don't really want me to be off by myself, I'll probably be in here again.
It's okay. I think I can do, Ooh, never mind. I'm gonna keep that to myself.
Okay.
Well, damn, if he's dead, I guess he can't win. Oh, that was right in the head. That was right in the noggin. I guess he's out.
What's up?
Not other people of your culture. You believe that they're stupid. Then they are. Simple.
Is not so much.
No one can
Flora
force
think
anything on
rules
anyone.
Are stupid, but
Hi.
Flora start to think maybe
Give me a sec.
rules.
How
There
are you
are
doing?
some Flora.
Some ways better, some way the same. And in every way still under watch. So a little bit of the same.
Welcome to Extension Bridge.
Oh, perfect.
We're
I'll
not
fit right
getting over
in.
it.
Yeah, let's go! The trail continues.
Yes, you did.
Ah, yes. I can feel the dread.
I don't know why having my arms up like this makes me feel better, but it does.
Understandable.
I actually felt something really nice when I laid down.
Hi! Welcome to the Existential Crisis Bridge. Everyone.
Why is everyone having an existential crisis?
Hey, the existential
Why aren't you having your existential crisis?
I almost died twice.
Last week.
So did Flora.
I died.
Shizu died on me, so that was my crisis.
Welcome to the bridge. You may lay down if you wish. Flora almost died twice. Flora fiance almost died. Flora not feel good. Yeah.
And I know what I've done.
What's that?
I forgive you.
Be a
Gavin.
very nice slime.
Gavin, you know what happened.
Hello, sorry I'm in the way. Is existential bridge.
You're talking about that.
Yes.
I don't think that you doing anything would make you not a plant skin. I think that's always going to be a fact.
Yes.
So you feel bad about
Are
that?
you worried about being rejected by the plant skin
number of
community?
things.
Because technically
Therefore,
speaking, that's
I
already
belong on the
happened.
bridge.
Yes. I think is maybe Flora have just not accepted yet. But Flora should just accept and move on.
Well, okay, so couple caveats. I mean, yes, and also, okay, so do you?
Well, yes, Flora should accept and move on, but not abandon. Flora should go back and
Yes.
help them evolve later, because Flora
Yes.
is evolved.
Yes.
Oh, bye.
Here, excuse me. There we go.
Oh,
Yes, yes, 100% yes.
Ryder's now diver.
Well,
Sorry,
Ryder
but
just
also-
got his
We'll talk
shit
about that
out,
sometime.
So,
I'm gonna go bother him. Be right back. Scoot, scoot, scoot.
Don't worry, I've talked about it a number of people today, so I've got a lot of perspectives.
I'm sure you have.
I'm still.
I don't know why I put the floppy wrist. You do it.
Well, I've been meaning to try and check up on you the past few days, but I have noticed that everyone has dragged you away.
Some are dragging me away, or literally the guards want me in line of sight constantly. Both me and Albrecht.
Yeah.
And I swear there was almost going to be a slight, implosion of the world when the two of us were in a room together. Just two guards looking at us. But I needed to talk to them.
Scary. Have people talked to now? Oh yeah, didn't you need to talk to me?
In a way, yeah. It was in relation to some of the stuff.
Need to be in a private room, or?
It might be a good idea, but I also don't want to take us away from the bridge.
Kinda, yeah.
And
I understand.
And I'm not just saying that because on a spiritual level I'm really comfy laying down here.
Yeah, same.
It's very nice. But also is open space, and open space feel good because open space have safety, because open space mean you can see if someone is going to attack you and stab you in the back.
I like closed space better for that.
No. Not under bridge. Nothing is under bridge.
Ellie is not a friend. Ellie is friend. I would know, actually. Yes, that's true. I would know.
My wind is really bullying me right now. Stop.
Sounds like a you problem.
That is so rude.
What do you want me to do about it? I can't control your wind.
Apparently, neither fucking can I.
I'm trying so hard to be a mature adult.
I'm talking to, my, crazy self. Do not even think that it's called a fart, because Augusta already did.
I was just gonna say you're winded.
No, that is not controlling wind, that is breaking wind. It's different.
The wind's laughing, I swear!
Yeah, that's what I thought I was hearing, and that's why I thought I was going crazy for a second.
It's laughing.
Oh my goodness.
They can laugh. They just, you know, they laughed like a whistle.
Okay. Pardon me.
I thought you said pardon me! Jesus! Have a good one, Augusta!
Pardon.
I mean, you could. She's made about. She can
She's
make
able
herself
to
ice.
I was about to say that too. I mean, she can technically become ice, so.
See, she just hardened herself.
Yeah?
Vavina.
And then you threw it back.
Used. Harden.
It's super effective.
What?
Shut up! Wow. That was.
I feel I missed something.
Ah. You just attract wind.
Stop.
I don't want to feel about this.
The wind is not any, like, crazy,
Ma'am?
higher.
I was flirting with my wind. That wasn't Severus.
No.
I don't know how to feel about this.
Welcome to the existential crisis bridge.
You got over it.
Cool. Apparently, the way I was taking care of Victor was actually the proper way to do it. Success.
I
guessed correctly.
Congratulations.
We can do it in the paintings.
I did it.
You did it.
Paintings.
When are we
He also
doing?
looked really confused when I mentioned I might be one of his primaries, and he's like, "What does that mean?" And I'm like, he's like, "I'm kind of hungry." It's the best. The funniest part is that it immediately cemented itself because he was like, "My throat's a little dry," and I'm like, "Let me just get my bag."
I think he's probably just confused by it because he just, isn't used to having people care.
Bitch, she better.
Hello.
Mom.
I'm taking care of that boy.
Hello.
Good.
His uniform was so gross. Davina? He laughed a little bit, and oh my god. It was so cute. It was so cute.
He was so guilty in the squad meeting today. He held his head low, and he never shows any actual visible disappointment ever. But he was all closed up in his body language, and oh my god.
Ma'am?
I'm sorry, but it's cute.
It is.
I guess I was just kind of not in my face to see it that way, because...
I'm gonna be honest, I was completely surprised that he actually tried to talk to me. That was really weird.
Yeah, I saw you two go on. I was about to talk to Victor, but you know what? You go get it. Go on.
I had to ask him about torpor stuff, and then...
Yeah.
I don't remember what I was about.
Yeah.
Other shit.
What? You're not used to me doing this in public, are you?
And then I made fun of him.
I'm not used to it at all.
He needs to be bullied just a little bit.
He's perfect for bullying.
Rise calls me a bully a lot.
I used to be able to bully him all the time, but nowadays I just feel like
Because you are a bully. You bully me all the time.
I'm not a bully.
Bully.
Also, I can't tell if I did something wrong or not, and it's driving me insane.
Oh, I hate that!
He's not consistent!
I hate inconsistency. It makes my brain so anxious.
The thing that I kind of thought of was honestly not super important. It was just kind of clarifying something that I had brought up. And why. It's hence why I wanted to just stay on the bridge.
Fair.
What? My hair?
I'm sure we'll have time.
Yeah, it's
GMA's. It's always been like that. Just GMA's it's gone, so I can braid it normally again. I don't have to.
No. It has
whole routine.
The blue stuff.
Glitter.
Yeah. That was. Oh yeah. That was there too.
I've never actually noticed that.
No, it's very pretty. It's very pretty.
It's been a thing for a long time.
Blue. Oh gosh, you're gonna have to just do it all over again though, because
blue is a popular color now that I realized. Yes, I'm blue.
Victor said some concerns. So I'm a beacon.
To adhere to the requirements that I am not left alone, will you please
attempt to blame me, we now know what it
do me the
does.
honor of being in your room tonight so I am properly monitored.
You're always welcome in my room.
We could use it as bait though, actually. We could absolutely use it as bait. Not me, but put my blood somewhere. That's fucking bait. And it's
yeah, but your injury will lure them to you.
Davina, I can cast a healing AoE and dust them.
That's really fucked up. I'm gonna go ahead and tell him.
Wow.
Oh my god, you're so fucking useful!
I'm gonna go
Let's
to
go
bed
before
with that
everything-
mental thought. Oh, wow. Oh, okay.
Be nice.
I am spiritually feeling weird after getting up like that.
Take it slow when we, go to the other realm.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go to bed really fast and just lay down.
Really fast?